Alright, so we're a little off timing, and you may notice a lack of others with me today. That we had a few complications and a few issues here and there. So rather than doing a collab today, we're gonna give Aloft here a shot. Thanks to the wonderful service Lurkit, I have been granted a key for this, so we may as well do what we can with that information. I'm just gonna go ahead and keep the character I created for testing this before. The character creator, though, I will quickly show y'all. If I can. There we go. There's not a ton to work with. You got a handful of body shapes, a bunch of skin colors, as you'd expect. A bunch of eye colors, face shapes, including a randomized button, which I'm sure will do great and glorious things for you if that is what you wish to do. Decent amount of hair options, hair colors, mostly the standard things that you'd expect, basically. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get rid of that, keep what we've got. And I'm going to create a new world instead of the world I was testing things on. I'll just label it this. I'm not that worried about it. You do have a few settings, not a lot as of yet. The fact that custom islands are a concept is very interesting. I don't know if there's that many out there. I don't know what it entails, so I'm not going to touch it right now, but it's a neat idea. And obviously your standard creative modes and no enemies modes, neither of which we'll be using right now because we don't have a reason to, really. We want to see the game as is first, after all, so let's just dive in. It is going to take it a second or two to load, especially when it's first building everything. So interestingly enough, I feel like it took longer to load when I was reloading my test world than it did to build and load the world. But see, we're just immediately in. Interesting. So, hang on, we're gonna have to redo that, actually. Turns out your stuff stays on your character, not on your world. So let's just quickly undo what I was talking about a moment ago. Just ignore all of that you just saw. Everything you just saw doesn't exist, not real. Just pretend none of that happened. And we're just gonna quickly rebuild more or less what I had. I'm not gonna sit here and really fiddle with it too hard. Don't really have that much of a concern there. There we go. You have been rebuilt, you have been reborn. Get out there into the world. So, match that color because it's gonna drive me crazy otherwise. There we go. Off we go. Just gonna pretend that none of that happened. Now, interestingly enough, it pops that message up as a hint. I have not actually seen that hint message pop up before. But the main thing is, you'll notice we're kind of crashed. Like, the ship we were on is presumably this mess that's all around us here. There isn't really even, like, an intro cutscene or anything. You're just kind of here now. It's your typical survival crafting game in that you want to grab hold of literally everything you can get your grubby hands on that the game lets you touch. We'll get into what all this is for here in a second. For now, I'm just grabbing everything, and then we will do it all at once. Because it is explaining things up there in the upper left, but I've already done this bit, so I'm not really gonna be minding it super much. Which really shouldn't be a surprise to anyone with how I do these things anyway. How often do I actually listen to their directions and not just go do what I know to do anyway? But as you can see, resources here are actually very plentiful. So, we got more than enough to do what we're gonna want to do here. Now, the interesting thing about crafting is actually you assign the materials piece by piece. And you can actually, even if you don't have the materials, as long as you've encountered the material, you can actually make the thing by doing learn only. It'll tell you what the recipe is and put the recipe in your list without needing to consume the resources for it, which is quite nice. Obviously we want an axe, so I'll be making one. But it's a neat little thing. And once you've crafted something once, you can just go to the recipes in these two books here. There's actually going to be, I believe, another tab here in the future where you can just mass craft the thing. In this case, we're going to make a ton of sharp stones. There's a reason for that that will be dealt with later. There's the hammer. We now know how to make wooden floor as well, because that's going to be important. And then you come in here to equip these things, and it actually puts them on the bar when you equip them, not just puts them straight into your hand, which can be considered a blessing or a curse depending on how you feel about that. And there's this little rhythm segment here that appears whenever you're using your tools or attacking or anything, where you can actually kind of make it a little more effective if you time it. I highly recommend doing so because you become significantly less effective if you're doing it wrong. So that's worth keeping in mind. And you can play this either third or first person. Since this involves flying around a bunch, I'm personally going to play it in third person because I'll be more comfortable flying that way. But it does default to first person for those who are interested in that piece of information. That is exactly how that defaults. I don't want to lay down, I want to pick that up. Sometimes it just doesn't want you to pick certain things up, and I really am not sure why. Though, on the note of the options, I will quickly walk through them with you all for a second before we get too far. Your gameplay options, you have a decent amount of field of view options. Here's that player view I was talking about. You can turn your camera shake off, which is nice. Get however much feedback and guidance you want. I don't know why depth of field is here instead of in graphics with everything else. That one's a little weird. I didn't touch it at all. I left that one default. Decent amount of graphical effects. Next options, and they even tell you what the expected performance impact is, which is quite nice. You'll notice I set a lot of this to medium or low. I'm playing it safe because of the way this moves. I'd rather have the higher frames so I don't just randomly fall into the abyss trying to fly and it stutters or something, as you might imagine. And then you've got your actual window sizes and such in here and your frame limits, including a dynamic resolution, which I feel like they probably could have just put these two together. I feel like these being two separate tabs is kind of excessive, but it is what it is. Network settings. There is also a streamer mode that hides your name when you're playing multiplayer, so that's always nice. Control settings. What is the other? Okay, so you can either run, crouch, or jump to dodge. Okay, yeah, we'll just leave that. Ah, okay, so there is an auto swing. Oh, that's actually kind of nice. I like that. I didn't notice that when I was looking before because I didn't really go into the control settings at all. So that's good. Nope, that's not real. It doesn't label everything you can attack to break and receive resources. It's good about most things being labeled, but like these wooden objects that you can break down, for example, are not always clear. And the hammer's kind of fun, actually, because what you can do, let's find something likely to be dismantleable. See how I'm pulling my arm back? That's actually going into dismantle mode. And what dismantle mode allows you to do is anything that can be deconstructed, you can just kind of deconstruct, like this. Poof, it's gone. Just eat that. It's mine now. See these? These are mine too. Just taking all of that. Now, what they tutorialize you to build the hammer for is actually crossing this gap here because the bridge is gone. You can also just quickly copy something that's already in existence by just pointing at it. It'll pop up the button down there for it when you're not already building something else like I am. You also don't even have to fully build these bits here, by the way. You can just kind of walk on the unbuilt thing here and not even have to waste the resources. So that's nice. Oh yeah, there we go. Sample piece, middle mouse. Now, before we cross over that and go do the thing, though, there's all kinds of goodies just down here. Specifically, a ton of wood. And my inner hoarder will not allow me to leave without all of these things. There we go. I'm gonna hold back from, like, digging out every single little bit and bob that's around the map here, but I'm grabbing all of that because it's an easy reach. These are learning stones. They'll pop up a neat little quote, and they'll also teach you a new recipe. Usually a very important one. In this case, it teaches you how to make workbenches, and as you might imagine, those are kind of handy. Casually scoop up everything. Nom, 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 nom. You'll probably notice these things with the pickaxe symbol on them. Those are, as you might imagine, going to need the only tool we don't have out of the immediate basics, which is a pickaxe. So we'll spawn in that and throw these bits together, make a pickaxe. You would think it would actually be two sharp stones, not a sharp and a regular, based on the way a pickaxe is designed, but what do I know? We now have access to working with this leaf material here, which makes leaf cloth. We'll just go ahead and make another one of those right quick. And I'm actually going to quickly dismantle the workbench because we just get the 5 wood we used back. So basically what you want to do with those workbenches is just kind of plop them down where you're going to use them, then just kind of eat them when you don't need them anymore. At least in terms of efficiency when you're out on the road. So you don't really need to return anytime you want to make something. You can just kind of summon a workbench and then get rid of it. Now what they actually want you doing with the pickaxe is clearing all this nonsense out of the way. Now, one small thing to note is collapsing and such really isn't a thing. Notice how those are just kind of floating? Yeah, physics as far as objects and such go really isn't a thing in this game. So you don't have to worry about that. No, that's not the rock I wanted. Some of these rocks have something good in them. There we go, windstone. Some of these have windstone in them. Yeah, you just have to finish breaking them. If I had the particle effects up a little higher, it'd be easier to tell the windstone from the other ones. Apparently turning it to low made those just like disappear. Thankfully you can see the streaks in them and tell that these are the ones that have windstone. So it still works either way. That one just is kind of in the ground, but it's fine. Now, I don't know how much is generated randomly in this game or anything. As far as I can tell, this all is static. Everything that's here on this starting island. This all looks the same as it did before. It's also a little loud. Yeah, music's a little on the loud side when it really picks up. So we'll just give that a casual bump back. And that should sort that out, hopefully. Yeah, now we're just kind of free to run around in here. It wants us to go up to the top of the mountain, and there's something specific we need to go up there for. But there's some goodies to snag around the island as well. Thinking about it, though, let's actually go up there first. There's something good we get up there. There's also that big flying thing that I really want to get on top of at some point. If I didn't immediately get distracted, it's supposed to be part of a big set piece where it flies by as everything's telling you things. There you go. There's our home kite. That's your respawn beacon. I'm not gonna be bothering to place one because when I tested the initial bits of this, I did not feel particularly threatened, and I feel like that's gonna remain true. Well, at least for a little while, so we will find ourselves somewhere we actually want to stay, and then we'll worry about placing one of those beacons. Probably want this. I feel like salt crystals are probably going to be something that might actually be useful for odds and ends. You can also just steal these face sculptures. I don't know if they really do anything. You know, I have one, I guess. See? Just had a little happy face on a rock. It's just a thing. And we just keep on trotting our way up the mountain. It is a really nice looking world. Like, obviously it's not as nice as it would look normally because I dumbed the settings down a bit, but it still holds up pretty good. Bunch of neat floating architecture like this here. Fancy stones with writing on them. All the things you would expect out of a world like this. And they just have a workbench just chilling up here for you. Time to learn about things. Guy was flying. People ended up on floating islands. People were very happy when somebody learned to fly, because being stuck on these islands kind of sucks when you can't fly. And yeah, that is actually just all it tells you there. Is exactly what this picture says. But looking at that, we learn how to make a glider stand. And from making a glider stand, we can make our first glider. And that's where the main mechanics of this game come about. Is you can color it a little bit. Like, you can choose light or dark green. In my case, I'm gonna make it mainly dark green with some neat lighter trim to it. I like that. You can't make it a different shape at the moment. I do need one more leaf cloth to actually make it, though. So we'll just knock a couple trees out to get some more leaves to make more leaf cloth. And you might think, well, maybe you should have grabbed more of the stuff in the first area. The problem is, the first area didn't really have leaves. You kind of have to come out here and cut trees down for that. You'll also keep getting seeds, which will, as you might imagine, be handy. Fine, I'll go over here and use the bench. We'll make some extra leaf cloth because I'm going to need it in the future. And you forgot everything I told you already. Of course you did. There you go. And the nice thing is you can change all of the appearance and everything of it on the go, as long as you come back to the stand anytime you want to make those changes. You're all good. I'll just dismantle that because we don't need it anymore. We'll take this one with me too, because we can fly. Now, remember how I said physics in this game isn't really that much of a thing? You can really defy physics with this glider. It's pretty good. You can just kind of freely fly around, and as long as you're sensible with how you boost, you can gain height pretty freely. So we can now just go wherever we please. Including flying rather recklessly. Whee! Whack! As you can see, crashing doesn't have any real detriments. Man's got knees of steel. He's fine. Ooh, this looks important. But I can't dismantle it. There is actually something we can do with that, though. I just need to find the requisite bits to make that happen. No. I don't know if we'll find any of it on this island, because I didn't fully explore this island when I was here. I just kind of flew off and made sure things worked properly. Steal from this basket. Steal the basket. Don't ask why a seaweed basket turns into wood. I think that was just a case of simplifying. Like, rather than have 50 million materials, they just made that the material that it uses. Nope, that's just wood. Okay. Can I cut these big trees down? No. They're just part of the lay of the land, then. This place is kind of a mess, but is there anything good we can take out of it? Bandage, which we'll probably need. What is this? Dirty water. Okay. You know, just do the usual survival crafting thing of if it's not nailed down, and take it. If it is nailed down, take the nails first, then take the thing. Take the bedroll. Just casually eat the building. Nom 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 nom. Everything is mine. I'm the only one here, therefore everything belongs to me. Do 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 do. Nom 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 nom. This is actually where I first learned about the fact that things kind of just float in this game, is things like those roofs just kind of hanging out up there. So yeah, if you ever thought you were gonna have an issue as far as resources go, don't, because you can just kind of pick an entire house up like this, and it's leads to an amount of wood, just an amount of wood in your inventory. Did I miss anything here? I think I ate the whole house, right? The whole thing. Oh, hang on, I missed this over here. There we go. And now, with all the evidence destroyed, we can pretend there never was a house there. Oh, there's a learning stone down here. I completely missed this before. Ah, that's how you make walls. There's actually a workaround for that. If you end up missing a learning stone, there's more than one way to learn things. Nope, that's the bottom of the world there. Nope, don't want to be here. Whee! Wow. But look at this. We fell out the bottom of the island and still just so easily recover and just fly right on out of that situation. It's wild. Oh yeah, this is the bridge we built. You can tell because it's so jank. Hey, Vale. How goes? Just out here flying around, being a fool. For the wonderful price of free. Nope, cannot consume barrel. Must strike barrel. There we go. I appreciate you popping in, and hopefully the headache gets better. I definitely know the feeling on that one, because I've had one lurking at the edges today, even not taking how today's been going into account. But I appreciate you poking your head in. At least this should be nice and chill, so it shouldn't aggravate any headaches. Though that does make a good point that I should mention. The game does have a photosensitivity warning at the beginning when it's first loaded. I have not seen anything to make that a thing, but there may be like a special effect or something that happens that may be a potential concern in that regard. So I'm mentioning it now. Appreciate you, Vale. Whee! Oh, there is potential for jank. I've just realized with what I just did there. Yeah, you can launch yourself upward by slamming into things. Okay, hang on. I need to test this now. Nope, that didn't work. That didn't work that time. They can't give me power like this and expect me not to use it. Whee! Remember, everyone, physics is not really a law, it's more of a suggestion. I guess this island doesn't really have much else for us at this point. So, off to go find the lost sailing knowledge that the game actually wants us to find, which involves flying out to all these other islands that are around. Which is why they allow you to just kind of fly like this, because otherwise how would you ever get to these other islands? Dive, dive, dive! What do we got? Cooking plate. Neat. So these are either in a different order or I just happened to fly off in a different direction then, because the first island I ran into in testing had a different recipe at the first stone I could find. But this is important. These burnt trees give you charcoal. Now you might be wondering, what's the point of charcoal in this world other than like burning things? There's actually something very good you can do with charcoal. Well, that I learned completely by accident when I was testing the game out. For one, you can make a torch. Now that's a simple concept, you'd expect that. You can also clean water with it, because you can make a charcoal filter. But it skips the step of needing to make the filter because expediency. If I actually build a bench, though, there's one more very important thing we can use it for. Oh, the cooking plate is like an actual large thing. It's also used for a campfire, but the campfire is not what I'm worried about right now. What I want to use the charcoal for involves the paper. Is we can make a sketchbook. Now, you might be wondering, why do you want a sketchbook so badly? There's a neat trick to the sketchbook. Go ahead and equip that. Is what you do with the sketchbook is you can enter sketch mode with it. Notice how this has a highlight on it, but it's gray? Anything that's built in the game can be sketched, and you can learn to make it by sketching it. Well, not quite anything, but a lot of things. I did encounter a few things that you can't sketch. But that's your way around needing to find the learning stones as well. Because that's how I ended up learning to make wooden walls, is I just sketched a wooden wall and went, oh, that's how that works. And then from then on, you're able to make it. So paper and charcoal are going to be my friend in this world. The cost to sketching is it actually takes paper. It uses one charcoal, one paper, I believe, for every sketch. Because, you know, you're using up pages of your sketchbook. As it would logically make sense. So I actually want to kind of go back to the first island right quick to demonstrate what I mean with that. If I'm going the right way. I might be going to the wrong island. No, this is the first island again. Because there should be something convenient around here that I can sketch to kind of explain what I'm talking about with that. Let's see what over here is valid to sketch. hindsight being 2020, if I hadn't eaten that house, I could use that as my demonstration piece for this. But I also wanted to come back and check to see if any of this stone stuff was sketchable, because it's really neat, and I would like to have it, but I can't. Nope, can't sketch that either. You would think that mural would actually be a useful thing to sketch and bring with you, but I guess it wouldn't really have much mechanical use. Let's see if I can find something. There we go. Some of this stuff might be sketchable. A lot of it's junk, though. There we go. That's an important one. If I press the sketch button, we now know how to make a wooden chest. As you might imagine, that's a pretty handy one to just kind of figure out how to make. And then we can just eat it. Nom. But since we only have the one piece of paper, we can't make any more sketches. Hey, ABC, how it goes? All right. Now then, there was one more thing over in this general vicinity that I had almost forgotten about. That's somewhat useful on this island. Oh yeah, I wanted to also check to see if I could sketch this wheel. Doesn't look like it. That's a shame. That seemed like something that would have been a perfect choice to be able to sketch to bring with you to be useful. Yeah, this is the crash landing again. Oh, so there is charcoal here on Starting Island. We just completely missed it when I was running around. Very good. The biggest problem is going to be running out of paper all the time. And then biz, we actually have a good amount of charcoal. I'm betting with a campfire we can probably make more charcoal by burning things. Oh, nothing else to do here then. Off we go. If people have fears of heights or potential motion sickness issues, I apologize in advance because I'm probably going to be flying like a crazy person. Because even though I have a fear of heights, it doesn't tend to affect me in games, so just gonna put that one out there ahead of time as well. See that orange thing down there? That's actually gonna be a problem. We'll come back and deal with that in a minute. We're gonna go over this island first. If fall damage was a thing, I would be a lot more careful about how I land. But since fall damage really isn't a thing unless maybe you crash from a really high height. So I've done some real dumb things before in this game already and didn't get punished for it. Some more water out of here. There's also a second basket. Ooh, sugar. Convenient. That might actually be really useful. We gotta go find a key in order to open the door. I've not done this bit. I actually only went to that other island that we were just looking at, and that's where I stopped so I wouldn't see too much of it. These are where your lost sailing knowledge is, so we know how to make a rudder now. It's basically going to be all components of making presumably a flying ship, considering the nature of our world here. A sailing ship wouldn't make much sense. But to a certain degree, the concepts are kind of the same. Just you need a method by which to stay buoyant in the air instead of buoyant in the water. That's obviously a simplification, but it gets the point across. Oh, there's two of these here. Well, that's convenient. Because I know where one more is. There's what allows it to float, presumably, based on the name. Well, we had one person not available, so I didn't want to do the finale with not everyone. And then we had other complications of getting the rest of the group together to do anything in particular, because partially couldn't agree on one singular idea, partially technical difficulties, so we just kind of went eh, and then we'll just do it next week, as long as it works next week. It is what it is. Next week is still just as valid as this week. It's not like the world's gonna collapse in a week or something. At least not likely. And if it does, well, we'll have bigger concerns than a collab not happening. Okay. Grab these beetles, because I'm sure they'll be used for something. Ooh, convenient rope. That will save me having to make some, because rope is also pretty useful in this game. Don't ask me why the axe is what breaks down things like a stone fireplace and such. You would really think the pickaxe would be it. But I'm also fine with them simplifying that so that you don't have to constantly be switching tools. Because that's one thing I'll give credit for with this so far, is everything is streamlined reasonably nicely from what I've played of this so far. Like, admittedly, its most remarkable thing is its setting and the fact that it's primarily flight-based, insofar as what I've encountered so far. But a unique setting can still carry something, even on just that merit alone. I mean, in some cases. Got some salt now. That'll be good. I don't know how advanced the cooking gets in this game, but based on the fact that we're finding sugar and salt independently, that Maver will be a thing. Some bland soup we found. Okay. The fact that bland soup is a concept may also mean that you would need to season soup to make it not bland, and then it does better. Which, on the note of food, you don't seem to starve in this game, but you eat food and your health extends, kind of like something like Valheim, for those that have played that. And the better the food is, it seems like it extends the health bar further. Because, like, just to use an example, see how you get 8 bonus health from these blueberries, but they last for 3 minutes? And you get 10 bonus health and increased attack speed from the bland soup, but that lasts 6 minutes. And Shrouded also had a similar situation going on with that, just as another context point for people to use. As much as I have mentioned on numerous occasions, I don't like explaining mechanics using other games. Some things like that, that's kind of the only other way to explain it, other than the statement I already made. But this way people have multiple points of context to try to assemble their own understanding of what the thing is and how it works. Pretty sure we got this one already. Yeah, this was the one where we got the floating device from. The island over there that I avoided has another one of the ancient knowledges on it, and there's one more, I believe, not too awful far. I would think we'd be able to sketch this. But apparently I cannot. It's very weird when things like that don't end up doing what you expect them to. And yeah, this is the other one we'd grabbed already. Thankfully they're easy to spot thanks to the weird floating orbs around them. So that's always good. Now, I don't call out follower names anymore, but I'm noticing an oddity with the dashboard is the only reason I'm even going to bring this up at the second. We've gotten multiple follows in recent time, and the number hasn't moved. Like, it finally updated now, but it was doing a weird thing, and that's the only reason I'm mentioning that at this exact moment. Also, the key apparently was right next to the door. I just didn't look. Ah, that's where another mural is. That explains why that mattered. Yeah, I don't know if anybody else has been experiencing an oddity with the follower count not updating, but it's been acting weird, like, for the past week or so. Not that things on Twitch don't act weird on the regular. But it's always interesting when numbers fluctuate with nothing actually having changed. And yes, I did actually sit there and do the ridiculous thing of actually checking that before. Because I had that kind of time the other day and my brain decided I must find out the answer. Okay, so their society improved when they gained the ability to fly. And from the look of things, they formed a much larger group, I would imagine, based on the fact that they could fly around and communicate. And now we know how to make a helm for our flying machine. What I would assume is a lot of the islands kind of, if they had people on them, had their own separate communities, because how else would their community form aside from separate when they have no access to anywhere off their island? And then as soon as they gained the ability to connect with the other islands, obviously a larger society would soon follow, whether it's necessarily a singular united society or just like a separate connecting point between them all. That could go either way, really. Whee! Laws of physics have no meaning for me. I can do whatever I want. We should put down a bench, though, and learn a bunch more things, because we have so many things we can learn right now. Thanks to all of the materials we picked up. I do wish there was a faster way back out of the hammer menu there. There we go. Combine a mushroom with some cloth to make a bandage. We're almost out of the things I learned to make. There's one more really useful thing, and that is a sickle. You can also add one more and make a sword. The sword I figured out, and the sickle I figured out last time. Now it's gonna be kind of just throw things together and hope for the best. What's this make? A door kit. Is this actually a thing? Is this a device that exists? Because I've never heard of a door kit before, and I'm curious if somebody actually knows the origin of this thing. But apparently it works as both a hoe and a spear, which makes sense. I can definitely see the logic of something like that existing. There's a bucket. What even is this gonna make? Oh. Yeah, I guess you bundle up the things and make hay. Okay, fair enough. We can only learn this, but I think that... And that's a field guide. Take notes and evaluate the ecosystem's health of an island. Huh, so the ecosystem matters. Good to know. That's actually deeper than I expected, so I'll need to keep that in mind. Let's get some cloth made so we can actually work things like that then. Get that guide made. Okay, and... taking care of animals is definitely a thing, because you can milk goats, apparently. So that's worth keeping in mind. Okay. But you'll notice we don't have any more yellow dot ingredients like it says here, so we can't learn anything else. Which, this is a nice feature. Except, I'm of two minds with that. I'm one of those people that likes experimenting and just slamming ingredients together and seeing what happens. But this is a nice thing to mention so people don't waste their time throwing ingredients together that don't do anything. That's the counterbalance to that. And we now have a bunch of new things to equip. So we'll go ahead and just slap all those on the bar. I will probably actually, I should just reorganize this now so I don't lose my mind. Hammer first, axe, pickaxe, sickle, sword, spear thing, sketchbook, and then we'll throw the torch at the end in case I need a torch somewhere. Though with shadows off and such, I probably am not going to need a torch that badly. But now we can kind of work our hotbar a little nicer. Because you can mouse wheel to scroll through it, which can be easy, but having some things on easy, convenient numbers helps too. Okay, so we can add turf using this spear hoe thing. I feel like I'm not going to use this as a weapon very much because I'm going to accidentally manipulate the dirt with it. So we'll probably focus on using the sword. Now, with a sword in hand, we're going to go over to this other island. And the reasoning will become clear almost immediately. Get a load of this little freak. This is, at least what I've encountered, your primary hostile of the game. Weird myconid people that are apparently a source of corruption in this world. So that's a thing to worry about. And more to the point, this thing down here prevents us from doing anything on this island until it's destroyed. All you gotta do, though, is just whack the weak points. Like so. And then the center comes down, and you can stab that a bunch. Now, it won't die immediately, and it summons minions in each phase of this, basically. But as you might imagine, since this is the first one, not really much of an issue, especially when you have an actual weapon. I did this with just the axe before, and it wasn't even that big a deal then. The sword doesn't seem like it's that much more effective, if I'm honest. Aside from having the multi-stab attack if you're doing your rhythm properly. And there we go. The source of corruption on this island is now gone, and things go back to normal here. Which is kind of a pity, because the weird mushroom landscape looked really neat. I kind of wish it stayed even when that thing was destroyed. But, you know, it is what it is. We can now collect things, because if I tried to pick up anything here before, it would just yell at you, hey, get rid of the source of corruption before you can take or do anything on this island. And we might actually live here, because it's got a little bit ramshackle, but otherwise decent house here. And more importantly, it's got a nice big stockpile all around it. And look at how neat this tree farm is. Look how neat and tidy this already is. All I'd have to do is just copy this, and I would have a very good tree farm going already. But look at all these wood and leaf stockpiles and such. I can just be as lazy as I want to be. This place is great. Sure, the house is tipped over, but, you know, you can fix that up. It's just a little bit of a fixer-upper. It's got leaf cloth stockpiles. This probably was a useful thing before it got broken. There's even an axe just chilling on the table here. But more importantly, we can go get our sailing knowledge up here, and there's also a bunch of goodies in that cave down there, but I just want to grab the knowledge before I forget and then fly away and then go, why don't I have all the knowledge? Table map. Oh, interesting. So, fun fact about that, actually. The first one you get is always the rudder, because I got the rudder here. when I did my test, but I got the table map here this time. So I think rudder's always first, then floater's second, then table map's third. So it's more based on amount of knowledge acquired, not necessarily location, at least for that specifically. So that's interesting. And this is why it's kind of helpful to test these things sometimes, because you realize things like that. Gives you a little bit more of a window into how things work. And down here we have a bunch of chests with nothing like remarkable, but a bunch of handy things, including some underwhelming soup instead of bland. Ah, okay, the platform those are on is what I could consume. It's a shame you can't really do anything with these shells. They just kind of float. Oh wait, do I have enough to sketch? I do, though apparently... Oh right, I know how to build that already. That's why. We can make a wooden frame now. Let's go check the things in the house and see if any of those are useful to sketch. I already know how to make that. I don't know how to make the walls and such, but I'm not that concerned about those. I was interested... There we go, leaf lantern. Hanging lantern. We already know how to make stockpiles. Okay, I got all the interesting things out of here. Like, the curved walls would be nice to have, but I'm pretty sure we'll find them in a decent amount of places. And if I'm just gonna steal this building, then I don't really need to worry about making those right now. But having more ways to make, like, hanging lanterns and such will be good if I can attach them to, like, the ship we build and such. I think that'll be neat. Emerald Isles, wild seeds. Now, I don't know how planting or anything works in this game yet. I have not done that. I intend to do so here soon, out of an interest in, you know, actually putting roots down to make sure we can actually survive in a decent capacity. Do I actually want to live here? Living here is as good as anywhere else at the moment, probably. Yeah, I think for now this will work as a base of operations. I'll probably do something more significant in the future, but I think for the time being, respawning here will work. Oh, neat. The kite actually reacts to the wind. You would expect one to, but you don't know. Plunk down a campfire. Now, does this go on? It does go on the campfire. Okay. So we'll just mount a handful of those on the campfire so we can cook more conveniently. Put a glide stand down, like over here. Slap a bedroll down. Actually, no, that isn't a bedroll. That's just a carpet. Okay. So we'll just slap a bedroll over here. This way we can sleep. Though I don't know what the benefit of sleeping in this game is yet, but I'm sure sleeping will be important at some point. Now, before I actually start the fire, let's understand cooking. Oh, okay. So you slap the ingredients down here, hold F, and something may or may not happen, it looks like. So we'll go ahead and start the fire then. What if I just, like, throw these together? Burnt it. But hey, it gives you 10 extra health for 2 minutes, even if you burn it, so that's good. So if I just, like, leave this... Because it looks like holding F speeds it up, but you risk burning it if you overdo it. If I just let that do its thing, maybe that'll do something good. Music's getting loud again. Like, it seems to change how it feels about volume a little randomly, and I'm not sure how to feel about that. I feel like they could do another pass on their audio balance for their music. We'll just see what happens when we just throw 3 of same in a bunch of these. Apparently I can use the seeds and such to cook too, so that's interesting. I can also use the water. What if I just, like, make a weird concoction like this? Does that do anything good? Who knows? I might just poison myself. I presume I'm going to want to pull those when they're done. Considering burning things is an option, I would presume that if I wait too long, it'll burn regardless. Mixed veggies, okay. That seems useful. Okay, yeah, if I just feather it, it makes it go faster without ruining it. That's neat. I actually kind of like that. Savory smoothie. Okay, I did it good. Apparently a bit of salt and a little liquid makes a big deal there. Fruit salad's worth a lot of health. Okay. I did it good. None of these were a complete disaster other than the first one. Good to know. And hydrating is important. He says as he reaches for his water because he has not drank water in a little bit. But don't worry about that. That's fine. Yeah, as you can see, significant extension to your health bar. And it'll stay down there to let you know, hey, that effect's there. But it looks like you can only fit 2 of them at a time. At least probably for now. Maybe there's things you can gain in the future that might let you have a 3rd one or something. Learn to eat better. But I suspect the food mechanics are going to be required later on in the game as things get more dangerous. Now there's one important thing. Oh wait, hang on, there's a thing we can do here. Right, you use the mushroom people bits to make rope. I need to interact with the kite. So I'm glad I checked that. You can also just collect water, by the way, pretty freely. It's dirty water, so you have to fix that, but you can collect water. And presumably the bucket does a better job than your hands. I'm just gonna name this, honestly. It's a rickety mess, and boy, is it gonna stay that way. Ah, I can teleport home. That's what I was kind of wondering about. Like, how would I find my way back if I flew too far afield? But now we know. You can just freely teleport home at any time. So that helps a lot, actually. Now we just gotta figure out where the last piece of sailing knowledge is. What's on this island? We also need to get more paper, since apparently none of the stuff we've acquired comes together to teach us to make paper. Ooh, better bandage, a bunch of charcoal. Don't mind if I do. Another free axe. Won't say no to more of those since I haven't encountered an inventory limit yet. And yes, for those wondering, that's exactly where I'm going to stop picking things up, is as soon as I slam into an inventory limit. Can I get to that island? Because that looks like another corrupted island over there. Theoretically, it looks reachable. Ah, there we go. There goes the automated message. So for those that wish to pick up the game, there is a link right there. Because it is available already, I do believe. Let me just check my own statement there, just to be on the safe side. Yep, available for $24.99 on Steam right now. You can get it slightly cheaper if you have something like Airborne Empire or already. Or Foundation is the other thing it's bundled with currently. That would get you a slightly better rate of on the game. Let's see how bad things are here. Thankfully, it looks like as long as you're moving reasonably well, these guys aren't too big a threat. This one seems bigger than the last one. Like, I don't know if I'm just fooling myself thinking that that's larger, or if perspective's doing a thing, but it definitely looks larger. Like, the central nodule doesn't seem that much bigger, but what do I know? I think that other one friendly fired her there a bit. Either that or he pushed the other one into my attack and it didn't really register completely. One of the two. And there we go. Another 2 phases and this is cleaned out. Okay, that's what I was afraid of. There is a second node. Because it looked like on our way in that there was 2 of them. It is pretty funny that these guys just try to punch you, though. And you can definitely tell where they are because they just stick up out of the ground. So they can't really sneak up on you too well. At least not these types. Maybe in the future there'll be other kinds that'll be sneakier. Wait, these popped. Weren't these intact a second ago? Pretty sure they were. Nope, don't like that. No sir, don't like that. Yep, they explode. And they also destroy some of the stuff near them when they explode. Interesting. Like, obviously, I don't have to be walking along on the ground here. I could just fly up there. But I want to get a feel for the combat and get a feel for the landscape on our way. It seems important to understand how the game works, rather than just rushing things. I should heal. Okay, you have to equip before using for the healing items. Mildly upsetting, but makes sense. Go ahead and eat that. Because our other food's gonna wear off here in a second. Ooh, those do not heal for much at all. Okay, gonna have to be slightly more careful, just so we don't enter into a very wasteful state of being here. is this node? Oh, hello. Tiny little completely unaffected island just right next to this whole mess here. Compost might be useful. Probably boost our plants along with it. Otherwise, this little island here seems to be irrelevant. You know, it's neat. It's right here next to all hell having broken loose down below. So that's good? Question mark? I guess that's a matter of opinion whether that's good or not. Okay, so the giant thing up here isn't the node. There we go. There it is over there. I actually get slight Drake Hollow vibes from this game as well, with the slightly whimsical, goofy nature of things, but also definite sinister force at work here. Turns out those explosives are good for me to use against them. Go ahead and eat that to get my health in check, and it looks like the other weak point doesn't come back no matter how long you take, so you don't have to worry about rushing this. So that's good. And that attack speed boost appears to stack, I think. Either that or I only finally actually started capitalizing on it properly. One of the two. There we go. Leap attack unlocked. Huh. So you actually learn new techniques too. So that's cool. And now it's teaching us about studying the ecosystem, and apparently this is where I needed to go to get our last sailing knowledge, so convenient island was convenient. Oh, I have to restore the ecosystem before I can do that. I see. Yeah, it's still kind of weird here, like it's turbo dark. There's something wrong. Okay, field guide, tell me things. What's wrong here? Only native flora contribute to the island's ecosystem. Oh, it needs more trees. Okay. I think I have trees. What trees are native to this island, though? There's no trees here at all. There's just a bunch of stumps. Can I find an intact tree somewhere so I can figure out what trees I'm supposed to plant here? The answer appears to be no. Also, is it just me, or did removing the mushroom infection here make this place worse? Because, like, there was at least stuff growing here when the mushroom infection was here. Once we removed that, this whole place got flattened. Must have been infected for a good long while. I'm assuming these are like sawmills. I want them. Can I sketch it? No. Well, nothing for it but to throw tree seeds down and hope for the best then, huh? We got more of these. Nope, there you go, ecosystem vitality. Ta-da! Enthusiastic. Hooray! I boosted the morale of the ground. What a great leader I am. I even made dirt happy. That's how that works, right? Paper. Take that. Some more paper. Stale meal. Bunch of other stuff. I'm pretty sure I couldn't open that box before I fixed the ecosystem based on the fact that it wouldn't let me touch other things. Otherwise, I would have taken the seeds that were in there and used those to replant on the island. Because that would make sense to me, at the very least, to use what's here to bring the ecosystem back. Oh. I gathered all the things off the shelf through the shelf. Whoopsie. Apparently I can't have more than... Oh, I see. Each of these tabs is literally all you can have of that inventory. So let's put some of these extra axes... Oh no, I can dismantle them. Let's do that so we have the material from them. It's not like I have to share this material with anybody. It doesn't seem like things have durability. So we'll just dismantle that extra sketchbook too then. We're the only one here, so resource hoarding is recommended. And there we go, leaf square sail. So now I can make an island. Oh! Note what it says up there. Set a home island, find a second knowledge stone, build a home kite on your favorite movable island. We can move the islands. Interact with the home kite to claim an island as your own. Well, I already claimed a island. Let's finish looting this one, and then we'll go back to the other one, perhaps. So there's another infested island right over there. And there's a little one with a bunch of stuff on it over there, too. Doesn't look like there's much else of any particular interest on this island, I'm not gonna lie. None of this stands out as particularly interesting. Like, obviously, we're gonna want more windstone, probably. Even though we haven't figured out what to use it for. Ooh, windstone crystal. I did not anticipate breaking this entire big thing down. Not gonna lie to you. Did not expect that. Well played, game. You got me. If I break these down, do I get something I can use to make something like this? Nope, just wood. Okay. It really seems like this place was like a lumberyard or something with all the sawmills everywhere. Turlet? I think this is a turlet. Might be a barn, considering the amount of toilets that are literally just holes in the floor. Just doing another loop around to make sure we're not missing anything of any note. What a mess. This place genuinely trashed. Yep, I think we're done here. Poof, away! Oh, didn't expect to just drop out of the air. Okay, it's giving me credit for all of those things that we were supposed to have done there, so presumably this is an island that'll work for that. Should probably break this down. This way we can put a proper functioning workbench here. Now that I know that I can teleport back, there's more reason to actually set up everything. Even though, you know, I set up a bunch of stuff out there already. What does this do? Ooh, a spyglass. Okay. Now I can look around a bit better. That was apparently the only recipe involving all of this that we had. Interesting. I do wish we had more hotbar space, but I do admittedly have a bunch of things that I never end up switching to. Like this door kit we've not really been using, for example, so I can just kind of kick that off the list. Just for now. Spyglass will probably be somewhat useful to have on hand, and I want to have my sketchbook back. I think this is a more workable lineup for me until we actually need the torch or something. Get rid of another extra axe. Yeah, and this is just for farming, so... In fact, yeah, let's just get rid of the leaf bucket and the door kip until I actually start farming. Which currently I have no interest nor reason to do. Because we actually have found a decent amount of food. Not a lot, but a decent amount. Should last us for a little bit. I feel like we probably want to put this somewhere where we'll actually have a good view of where we're going. Yeah, up here seems like a good spot. Let's just clean up here first. We don't want a lot of mess up in our workspace here, after all. If we're gonna turn this island into basically a ship, it needs to be somewhat, you know, ship shape a little bit. At the very least, not horrendous. And I would rather there be less obstructions. Because I think we all know that I will immediately crash this boat if I can't see where I'm going. And I worry that this is going to be a case of you can only see based on what your character can see. So it could easily become an issue. I do worry that this might actually damage this island's ecosystem too much, ripping these trees up. But there's so many trees down below that if this killed the ecosystem, this ecosystem was doomed anyway. Just to put it bluntly. There we go. Much nicer and flatter up here. Obviously, it could look cleaner. By virtue of me, like, adding more platform and such. But I think it'll be funnier if I just, like, plant the helm straight into the ground. And it kind of has a neat, like, merging the landscape with the machine feel to it that I like the idea of. The fact that this is used to lift an island confuses me, though. If we needed to lift the island, shouldn't it be somewhere that's not already in the sky? Or is that a weird thought? Like, am I talking nonsense with that one? Like, I guess the idea is actually, like, to be able to raise and lower it in the air is what these are actually for. More like a control thing than necessarily lift it into the air in the first place thing, if that makes sense. And I feel like this is gonna need multiple rudders. considering the size of the island and the size of these rudders. I don't know how much confidence I have in just a couple little rudders. But apparently I have enough rudders and enough floaters. I now just need enough sails. Quickly make some more cloth because we're running out. And I'm betting cloth is going to be necessary for sails. Just crazy concept there, I know. Ooh, wow, yeah. We'll break in a harsh environment and strong wind. Oh, alignment matters. Okay. Neat. So apparently up here is good. Q&E to align the construction white arrow at the base with the island blue notch. Okay, so as long as it's within the blue? Yeah, as long as my little arrow there is within the blue, it's good. And I do need more than one sail, as you would expect, because this island is, you know, just a little bit too big for one little dinky sail to move it. But I need to make more rope. Which I should have accounted for making the rope, too. I didn't even think of it because I thought I had a lot of it. Turns out I was very wrong. There we go. Just make enough to make another sail entirely, so we keep some of the other stuff as spares. Just in case. I'm very interested to see how controlling the entire island is going to work. This feels like a very bad idea. Not that it's a bad design idea, just like very dangerous, stupid idea to be just flying an entire island around by myself. I kind of wanted to keep the circle of stones here, but I'm gonna need this spot to put another sail in a relatively sensible location with less obstruction. Like, I'm not gonna worry about moving all of that, but it should be okay. Why is that alignment weird? No, I guess the other one is aligned relatively the same direction. Boop. Is 2 sails enough? 2 sails is not enough. Okay. That is not a surprise. I'm probably gonna put an extra one down below here somewhere. But if that's not enough to move this island, that could be a problem. Because I don't know if I have enough to make enough more rope then. Oh no, I have 21 fiber left. There we go. I still need to go to the bench though in order to make enough cloth, which we're starting to get a little shy on leaves for more cloth too. Hopefully that's enough to make one more sail. We'll put it down here somewhere, even though it's not going to catch as much wind. Might not be a bad idea to have them in multiple locations. Never mind, I need to cut some trees down to get more cloth. Quit running from me. I'm not sure how I'm getting leaves from the logs after the tree's been cut down, but, you know, best not to dwell on it too much. I believe the term for that is video games. At least leaves are easy to get. They don't make it grindy to get enough leaves to do a thing. See, we already have 30 again, so we're sitting pretty well on that score. Though that is still only 10 cloth, but that'll do the job. Just gotta hope we don't need more than that. So I do have enough to make two more sails. So what we'll do is we'll put a sail like here, and another sail over this way somewhere. Keep the forces relatively balanced. There we go, that's all the sails we need. I might have made one more than I actually needed, but I wanted it to be even. It was either that or I plop the sail like in the middle here, which seems like a really stupid place to put it when you got a cave right in front of it. Table map can just go right. Ciao. Though, maybe the map would be better up by the actual thing, huh? Yeah, let's put that up closer to where our helm is. That seems like a better idea than having it down there. I like it being kind of like central islandward, but I feel like it's better to be up by the helm. So I can actually use the map and the helm since I'm alone. There we go. This way, if as I'm looking at the map, something horrible happens, I can move the ship in a more reasonable capacity. Emerald Isles, bunch of question marks. There's a lot of islands over here, so let's set a course this way, perhaps. Chart a course. Can I actually see? There we go, there's the waypoint. Yep, this is exactly how I expected this to work. This is terrifying. I just want you all to know this. Me moving this entire mass of stone and dirt just with a few rudders and sails is terrifying. It's really funny, but it's also very scary for me. Because this could cause catastrophic damage, and I'm so here for that as a concept. I can also raise and lower the island, which is wild. For those that were here when I was playing, I believe it was Forever Skies, you understand why I have very grave concerns about that as a concept. This game's music is wild. The sound design in general really seems to like to just pick up suddenly sometimes. Also, I appreciate the note that we do not use copyrighted music, so if any of this gets flagged at any point, I have full clearance to just tell whoever claims it to piss off. Unless it's the company themselves, which, you know, that's a whole other situation. Looks like there's an ideal wind spot that you see over there on the right, which seems to be conveniently in the direction I'm going, so that's helpful. Well, mostly in the direction we're going. I definitely made the right choice as far as where I put the helm, because I can see pretty well from here. What does detailed mode do? Doesn't seem to do anything. Oh! Oh! Oh no. I've learned true power this day. I am omniscient. Oh hey, the chests. I didn't see those chests before. I should go there and go get those. Doesn't seem like all the little rocks we're flying into were doing anything too bad. And it does seem like we're getting different amounts of power at our different sails, so position definitely matters. Looks like this one here's not having a good time. Same with the one down there. We're close to our destination now, though, I think, based on how close that waypoint's getting. Yeah, there's the islands coming into view now. So we can probably afford to slow down a little bit, because I don't know how much inertia this game has. So a little bit of caution is probably wise. And if any of these are infested, I don't know how close I really want to get to them. I don't know if being attacked is really a thing. We also don't have to be that close considering we can individually fly just fine. I think here's a good spot. Park the boat. There we go. Oh. We've made our first journey, bringing an entire island somewhere else. Okay, these are still a little bit far away, but it'll be fine. They're a bit further than they looked when I was flying the island. We can teleport back to the base. Yep, 2 out of the 5 over here are infested. Corrupted, infested. Really, whichever way you want to look at that. Ooh, thingy. Give thingy. I desire knowledge. Nom 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 nom. Wool square sail. Well, first we gotta figure out the concept of wool there, buddy. You're getting ahead of yourself. That's probably gonna need, like, sheep or... Can you make wool out of goat hair? I don't think you can, right? Because isn't the nature of wool the fact that it comes off of sheep? I don't really know how that works. I'll be the first to say I'm not exactly an expert on that concept. This island also doesn't seem to have much of anything else on it. Other than things we've already picked up plenty of. Nope, I went up there. Up, up. Up, up. Aha, crouch jumping works, sort of. Yep, seems like this is a bit of a dead-end island here. Let's check the other islands first, and then we'll swing around to the corrupted islands. Might just do a flyby on them to see if there's anything interesting on them before I bother to fight the corruption that's there. Not seeing anything immediately remarkable here. Oh, cave. Ooh, and wheat. This is why flybys aren't perfect, especially the speeds we kind of can't help but fly at. Bright sunflowers might matter. Spooky cave. I feel like chopping all the plants really isn't helping visibility because of the amount of mess we're kicking up every time I do that. I was chopping them to increase visibility and then realized the dust cloud is a problem. Ooh, there's a neat echo in here though. Clang, 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 clang. But couldn't move forward for a second there, which was a little weird. Thought I'd run into like an invisible enemy or something. I was about to be very upset. Okay, just more face sculptures. I thought it was a different type since there was 2 of them stacked on top of each other. Ooh. What's this? Tell me things. Hardstone. Okay. We have learned about a new resource. I was right to land on this island. Seems like that was all that was down there, which is unfortunate. solid rock capable of sharpening other tools when transformed into a whetstone. Okay. Let's eat some clean water, because that seems like a good idea. Okay, so that doesn't qualify in these two slots. That just takes care of the hydration effect over there. Okay. Good to know, good to know. And it is nice that you kind of don't need to worry so far about, like, keeping your food buffs up when you're traveling. You kind of only need them when you encounter hostility. Oh, hey. Here, have some hay. Here you go, buddy. This is mine now. Wait. Your home island is too far away. Can I? Nope, I can't fly with this thing in my hands. I just have a sheep now. This is mine. This is mine now. Which way's home? This sheep is shockingly chill with the idea of just being carried around like this. Home island's too far away. I may need to bring the island in closer. But it's over this way based on where the waypoint is, because we were right in front of the waypoint island. Not right in front of it, but like in a direct line with it. So if over on this side of the island isn't close enough, we're gonna have to move home closer. Dang it. Okay, you stay here, buddy. No, I wanted to pet it, not pick it up. Oh, I have to hold it to pet it. There we go. There you go. You be chill. I don't have shears yet, so I can't shear the sheep. But that's where we get our wool from to make the better sail. Okay, so let's just do a quick casual teleport home for convenience. I'm curious about the despawn home island button, but I don't really want to test that right now. What? Why is there just a rock floating in the middle of my island now? I'm gonna guess it's because of where we parked. It's just very weird to have that just be there suddenly. Okay, let's move in a bit closer. Now that we know that there are things with range limitations that we need to account for. So very clearly I need to make my island better. I don't like that swirl we're heading towards. I feel like that's not good for me. Because remember what it said about our sails not handling strong wind very well? That seems like a whirlwind that's gonna do bad things to me. It is not liking the turn I'm doing. Okay, I think we've got enough clearance that we can kind of fly into the middle of the islands here. And if this isn't close enough, I don't know what to do with that idea. Is that tornado thing moving? I genuinely can't tell if it's moving or not. Not quite the middle of the islands like I wanted, but I wanted to get away from the tornado in case it is in fact moving. Wow. There we go. Ooh. What's this? Glass war? What does that mean? What is that? Now, where'd that sheep go? I left it somewhere on the side of the island facing towards the waypoint. So it's over this way somewhere. That mine? Yeah, that mine. Come with me. Beam me up, Scotty. Poof. It's just up there now somewhere. I wonder if they'll ever explain how that sorcery works. How we're just, like, teleporting livestock around. Hello, little one. That may very well have been your mother I just teleported away, so here. Boom. So, don't only males usually have horns that size? It was called haze, so I would presume that that's not... Yeah, but what do I know, though? There's an implication, though, that there's a third one somewhere around here on that basis. Because for there to be a baby, there usually would have to be a pair of adults somewhere. Plus or minus one of the two adults dying. But I'm inclined to look around at the very least to see if I can find said other adult. Sturdy fur seed. Those are probably gonna be useful. Is the specific labeling of sturdy there tells me it might be something you can put in bad ecosystems to help bolster them a bit without it just dying. I don't know if that's a factor really or not, but I would be inclined to consider it a real possibility until proven otherwise. Okay, I think I've done a couple laps now, and I've not found another sheep. Of course, we all know the moment I actually give up on this idea, I'm gonna fly away and hear one and lose my damn mind. See how well we can actually ascend home here. This is not very far. Wow, way easier than I thought. Very good. Now, where did the sheep end up? No, they're just right here. Okay, sweet. I guess they're just gonna hang out. By no means prepared for animal handling here at all, but you know, we'll figure it out. What does this do? Paper pulp! There we go. We can make paper. Oh, it takes a lot to make paper, though. Okay, well, we know how to make it, we just don't have anywhere near the resources to do that. Well, I should have did learn only on that. For some reason, I looked at that and went, oh yeah, that's probably gonna make the whetstone, even though that wouldn't make any sense. Unless... Oh, 2 hard stones and a curved wood. Carved wood makes shears, so I need more hard stone before we can actually start getting wool then. Inconvenient, but makes sense. Because I guess sharp stones wouldn't really be precise enough for a task like that, perhaps. That's what I'm gonna go with on that one, yeah. That's the logic I'm gonna state. Oh yeah, an alkali-rich plant used in the paper-making process. There you go. It's just right there in black and white. Or in this case, blue and white because the background's blue, but eh. So we need to find more caves that have more hard stones then. Let's also grab the boxes that we found down here. I missed. There they are. Wow. Ow. Missed it. Thought I nailed it. Didn't. Nailed the void. Would I just land over here like a sensible person and walk? Oh hey, all the rope I would have needed before. Well, we don't need more pickaxes and we don't need more sketchbooks, but materials off of them will be useful. Alright then. So I guess let's start clearing infested islands, because we checked the island over there and that's where we found the cave, right? So let's start from this one and work our way around. It looks like this one's got 2 nodes. Surprising that it's got 2 nodes for such a small island. I don't like that. I don't like that you got swingy tentacles. The fact that this one can fight back upsets me greatly. Hold that thought. I vastly underestimated the problem. Oh, and there's a different type of enemy here too. Vastly underestimated the enemy here. Because it almost looked like the little noisy ones were shooting. Nah, you can't get me up here. So that was almost really bad. Oh no, that one's running. Weird. I would assume they don't... Oh no, I was right the first time. It is a ranged enemy. That's why it's running. Because it wants to get to range to fight the way it wants to fight. I don't know how death works in this game, but I suspect we might be about to find out. Ow. Yep, I should go back home. Oh, does it just send you back to... Yeah, it just sends you back to your home island when you die. No, looks like we still have everything we had, so death is not a consequence in this game, I guess. We even still have our food buff somehow. Huh. Neat. So I guess death isn't really a consequence. Huh. Let's put some of this wood away, just so I'm not carrying a million wood. Apparently charcoal is also valid to put in a wood stockpile, so that's a thing. And if we're gonna be fighting like that, we probably should put the sketchbook away and have bandages on hand. Which means we should probably actually make more regular ones. Oh wow, the wool bandages are real good though. So I think we have something we're gonna use we're gonna use wool for as a priority going forward. I need more cloth though. Oh neat, you can actually use your wood from the storage, it looks like, since it's got a little storage box icon there, so you don't actually need to keep the things on your person. So that's good. I approve very heavily of use from storage in these games, is that removes the need to carry an asinine amount of material on you. More games can learn from that behavior and make their crafting systems less of a pain. I should prioritize getting right back out there so I don't run out of food buff time. But rushing off isn't gonna help us necessarily if we don't have anything to work with. see about just quickly knocking a tree or two down. So this one had mushrooms on it. I probably shouldn't have cut that down, because I think they might regrow if I didn't do that. But I just need some fast leaves, so it'll be fine. I want to have at least a second bandage on hand, though I think we can make a couple now. Yeah, we can make 3. 4 bandages will hopefully be enough. Even though, again, the leaf bandages don't do a lot, it's better than nothing. Was it that island that we died on? Yeah, it was. Because I went to the furthest out and was gonna come back towards me one at a time. I'm coming back for revenge. So again, the fact that these have tentacles is concerning. Let's see if the weak points stun this. It does. Okay. So if we're just fast enough, this might be okay. He says, immediately finding that that is not going to work. Oh, holy hell, there's so many of them on this island. This is a bit of a radical difficulty change between the island we were on and this one, I gotta say. Like, it's still entirely doable, it's just way nastier. God damn it. Also, apparently you can just heal actually quite a bit with these leaf bandages. I must have just done it wrong the first time. Wow! Okay, don't jump when the tentacle's about to hit you. It will send you to the next dimension. There we go. Looks like 2 phases is still enough to kill one of these, so that's good news. So this is still entirely doable, just kind of rough. Especially now that our food buffs are starting to wear off. Nope, just fucked all of that up. Okay. They got shooters on the mountain. Okay, that was the one I'd heard already. No, you ain't running. You started this by shooting at me, buddy. It's over for you now. That's fine. You go ahead and learn to fly. I'm not sure if you just can't glide when you're in combat or if there's just like spacing issues I keep running into with this. Speaking of spacing issues, it looks like as long as you stand in the right spots, you're relatively safe from the tentacles on these things. Now that we're learning more about how these work. And there we go, this island is saved. Now, do I have to fix the ecosystem is a better question. Nope, looks good. It's brightening up here pretty nicely. Yep, healthy ecosystem. Very good. By the way, the fact that it even lists like insect diversity, animal amount, and everything, that's honestly really neat. I don't know if it's a system I would personally get into too much, but it's really neat that they actually go to that level of detail. Not many games do that. So I want to make a point of mentioning that. And it also said animal count was 1 out of 0. So there's an animal somewhere on this island, presumably. Unless it's counting me. Considering technically we would be an animal that does not necessarily belong here. So I assume it wouldn't count the mushroom man that fell off. Ooh. Good to know. We don't need to go into caves to find hardstone. It sometimes is just out. Ooh, this is a big one. Please tell me it has a lot, so I don't have to sit here and find so many. Nope, it was 1. But still, that's enough hardstone for shears. Some more windstone crystal. Hey there, Yura. What we up to today? Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Welcome to me flying around and stealing every resource I can get my grubby hands on. So, you know, basically business as usual. Well, here. Hopefully everybody coming in is doing well and he had a good time watching Yura do his stuff. Yeah, no, Celeste 64 is surprisingly short as long as you can get through it. Ooh, coffee. I'm glad you had a good time. Scoop all this stuff up. Well done. Because I know some of the stuff in that one can be a little nasty to get. Howdy's in, how goes? And I assume you know that Celeste 64 is apparently archipelago capable. I don't know how well, but I remember seeing people play that as part of an archipelago before. Yeah. It's in the... It's buried in the more advanced AP worlds, I believe. I definitely saw that being used as part of an archipelago. It locks a bunch of the... I think it was the feathers. And I'm glad you're doing well, Zin. So far, it's pretty chill here, pretty fun. A little bit goofy with how some of it works, and we finally encountered difficulty. But still working out pretty well so far. No bugs or issues so far, which is always good. Wee! Ah, I was trying to pull up enough that I could skim the ground, but I've yet to manage to do that. The gravity's a little aggressive in this game, despite the fact that you can ignore it so aggressively at times. Ah, there we go, another hardstone. This way we can figure out making some whetstones in addition to the shears for shearing the sheep we found and teleported to our home island. And yeah, I get the fact that it's like, well, now there's another thing for Archipelago, but, you know. When I have information, I will share it, regardless of what the consequences of that action might be. There are just so many things in the not quite completely implemented Archipelago worlds. It's ridiculous. Yeah, exactly. Actions have consequences. Who would have thunk it? Whee. Ooh, there's glasswort here, or two. I really need to get some glasswort seeds. I mean, that is also true, Pazzy. Crafting is for messing around, but at the same time, so is gravity, really. Gotta fuck around and find out. Woo. As I just phase into the ground, but don't mind that, everything's fine. Nope, wrong button. I was gonna boost away from the ground. Exactly. Everything's fine. Everything's working exactly as you'd expect it to, exactly as intended. Just doing this to make sure there's not more glasswort that I can't see buried among the plants here or anything. I'm sure all these small plants are probably gonna be good for something at some point anyway. We did end up finding some accidental coffee, so that works out. There's Zen rebuilding the streak. Keep the dream alive that Twitch will not deny you your streak. It really is me now, they just keep breaking that on you. Yeah, set things on fire. That is the correct response. Okay, let's see if we can do anything with all of this. We're back to the home island. Is neat thing about this game, other than the fact we can teleport back to our island, is if I go up here, for those that have come in late, see these sails and such that are on this island? That's because you can literally just drive the island around. You can turn, I would presume most, if not all, the islands into just a flying base that you can just move around freely. It's kind of ridiculous. I'm not gonna move it right now because I'm where I want to be, but it's just such a wild concept that I wanted to point that out to everybody before the ads took everyone's eyes away. That might be partially you, because it's at the same FOV as most things. Like, you have FOV control, and I've got it set to what I usually have, which is 90. Obviously, I think this is it's primarily built for first person, so that might be why it seems a little weird that way. It gives you the third person option, but it defaults to first. So that might be part of it too. I'm just in third person because it's easier for me to fly around like a crazy person in third person rather than first person flying. It'd be a little awkward. Ooh, momentum gains doubled with coffee. You know what? I actually have a reason to care about coffee in this game. Good news. His doubling momentum gains sounds incredible. You, sheep, be sheared. Oh, I have to feed you first, I guess. There you go. Have an entire bale of hay. Now give me your wool. Wow, that was surprisingly easy. I just kind of waved the shears in a general direction and all the wool disappeared. Huh. Where'd the other one go? There's the little one. Yeah, I need to feed you as well. Which, we have plenty of the stuff to make hay, but let's see what this will do for me. Okay, 2 of those make wool thread, and there's nothing else we can do with it at the moment. That goes into our miscellaneous recipes. Apparently we're missing whatever we would need to make something else out of hardstone. It mentions on it that it can be used to make whetstones to sharpen things, so I thought we'd be able to make those, but I must be missing something else in combination with that. What was I looking for? Oh, right, the hay. There we go, now we got a bunch. I'm assuming we can't shear the little one. That would be a little weird, but I'm gonna try just because video games. They need to be fed anyway. Nope, can't do anything with that. You grow up big and fluffy so I can take all your wool, okay, little buddy? That's how this works. And thank you for your donation of wool. Okay, is there anything else I can really do of any merit at the moment? The answer, I think, is no. I should put some of the odds and ends away in here, since we can use things from storage anyway from the look of it, so it doesn't much matter. I just won't be able to use it on the go. Okay, no, it looks like stockpile storage can be used, but chest storage can't. Okay, never mind. Give me all those back then. We'll actually use the stockpiles appropriately then, instead of just being lazy. I just want to double check that that actually does allow me to use it. Yeah, it says it's valid, so that works. Put our one leaf cloth in here. Oh, this is a broken glider thing, actually, now that I look at that again, so we can get rid of that. That's not useful, because we already have a glider thing. For those that weren't here, I just kind of stole this house. We just kind of showed up on this island, it was abandoned, I'm like, nah, this is mine now then. Which is also why it's kind of tilted to the side a bit. It's fine. I got it on the cheap, it's a fixer-upper, it'll be okay. But I can either go uncorrupt those two other islands that are in this area, or I could just leave. I think I'll at the very least rotate the island towards them. Don't mind the creaking, everything's fine. Probably. See, this is what I mean. You can literally just move this entire landmass around freely. Lower the sails and off we go. Not very far though, I just want to bring us pretty close to this one. We can even lower the island down to get even closer. Da 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 da. Okay, park the island. Sentences you wouldn't really hear very often. Park the island. Before I get too involved here, go ahead and eat the burnt meal and grab one of these blueberries so I have a little more health. Okay. I should get rid of that waypoint before I get distracted by it further as well, but I'll have to go back to my map to do that. Now, where is the node on this island? There it is. Does this one have tentacles? It doesn't. This is just a regular one. Yep, you get back here. You aren't getting to throw things at me. Ow. So many mushroom men all want me dead. All because I'm gonna kill their home. Really, I can't say I don't understand why they want me dead. But I kind of have a priority of not dying here, so... Oh, they have a lot of friends here, though. Okay. Hold that thought. I'll be back up there for round 2 in a second. Oh, maybe I won't be back up for round 2 because this is not going well. So as we've learned, death is not really as much of an issue as it should theoretically be. Get back here, you. Yeah, that's right, you fall off the island. You're voted off the island, sir. Finish this thing off before any more of them get wise to the fact that this is happening. There we go. If that's the only one here, this island should immediately be cured. Yep. Turning back to nice, vibrant green. Now we can loot the island. Ta-da! Everything worked out perfectly. And I didn't die. Now, you would think you'd be able to just grab some of this stuff even though it's corrupted, but for some reason, even if it looks fine, it just isn't. I guess maybe you'd just carry the infestation over to your lands if you did it. It would go very badly for you, perhaps. Get some more water. I got some more soup so I don't have to make things. Convenience. Anything in there? Do want that though. For those who've come in late, the reason why I'm as interested in that glass ward as I am is it'll allow me to make paper, and what paper allows me to do is sketch the various things in the world in order to learn new recipes. Using this year's sketchbook, which I think I know all the recipes around here, but just in case, I'm gonna have a look around with the sketchbook and see if there's anything I can learn. Yeah, see, we already know campfire, for example, so it'll have this this gray highlight instead of any other color. Same with that. Yeah, all this is useless to me. Is this a cuttable plant? No. Everything around it was cuttable, but that wasn't. So why... What is the advantage of this island? What is this island's purpose? Oh yeah, I can grab the table, but I don't have my charcoal with me, so I'll actually need to break some charcoal here. Because that's what you need, is paper and charcoal to make sketches, as you'd expect, because you're using charcoal to mark the page, and a page to have a place to put your sketches. Speaking of paper... Oh, I must have looted this and just not noticed the paper. Shame on me. And there was charcoal around here. I remember seeing some dark logs around. Yeah, these. Because these are burnt, so you can break them down for charcoal. I accidentally smacked the beetle off of that log. I should have picked that up first, but it's fine. Give me all the goodies. Yeah, now I can finally give the example. See, we now know how to make a wooden table. Because we just draw a wooden table on our little sketchbook and they figure out the rest from there. Which is a reasonably logical way for you to learn recipes from that, is you just sketch out the design. Obviously, you'd have to refine it as you go, a bit here and a bit there, but it's a workable way to figure something out. Once more, defying the laws of physics. It doesn't really seem like there's that much else. Wait, cave. Hardstone. It'll break eventually. There it goes. Maybe having more of it will allow us to do a thing with it, though I'm losing interest in hardstone a little bit just because of the fact that we weren't really able to do anything with that idea anymore. Okay, there's nothing back there. Don't mind me just phasing through reality to figure things out. Beetle. Still haven't had a use for these ladybugs or blue beetles or anything, but they exist, therefore I picked them up. You know how that goes. So anything else? Like, I could abscond with like the entire building around here if I really wanted to. I already did that once, but it's all just wood, so I don't really have a reason to anymore after the first one. Considering we've got like 500 wood on standby right now. Oh, give or take. Oopsie. Oh wow, you grew your wool back fast. Oh yeah, this is how I got the sheep here, by the way, for those that missed it. You literally just pick it up, and then you hold E to send it home, and it just teleports to your home island. It's kind of silly. Guy's pretty strong if you can just pick a sheep up and run off with it. Give me your wool. Thank you. You're not hungry again yet. Very good. Do 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 do. Let's actually make our first wool thread, and then we'll see what we can make out of the wool thread. The answer is currently nothing. Sadness. In fact, none of this does anything at the moment. Anything new, anyway. Oh, right. There we go. I make this. Right, it doesn't even take that much of this stuff, and we need to make more clean water. We're using up some of our charcoal, which that makes me sad, but we need it. There we go. We can make one piece of paper with all of that paper pulp. And I mostly just wanted to do that as a demonstration of being able to do that, because we actually have a decent amount of paper on hand right now. But that's how that whole thing works. I know that's not the same one that the other leaves were in, but make it useful. Let's see. Let's cook some stuff because we kind of need it. If I just throw like 3 flour in, will that just make biscuits? Interesting that it's got these skewers going on, but we'll see what that ends up doing. We know blueberry salt and water made a good smoothie. What about blueberry sugar and salt? What happens with that? I'm glad this fire's still going. Yeah, sure, just throw those together. You can also fan the flames like this. Just don't go up into the red zone for too long or you're gonna burn what you're cooking. But this speeds the cooking process up. And the closer to red you get, the faster it goes. You just kind of gotta dance with the devil a little bit on that one so you don't destroy what you're trying to make. Fresh bowl. I'm really curious what this is gonna do. I feel like I'm gonna somehow have made like a blueberry scone or something. Exactly. Over-seasoned meal. Well, apparently it doesn't like combining sugar and salt. And this made a stale meal because I just have a bowl of flour. You know what? That checks out. How about this, this, and one of these? I'm not using any real logic for any of these at this point. I did the first time I assembled some stuff. Now I'm just kind of throwing things in a pile that it allows me to do and see what happens. Just to use up the ingredients that I've got on hand. And make sure I have a means of keeping my health up. Yep, stale meal from that too, kind of figured. How about 2 of these and a blueberry? Make some kind of like weird trail mix situation here. Just keep making it freak out a little bit. Nope, stale as well. What if I just throw 3 leaves in here? Just go full depression salad. It might be, you never know. Okay, 3 leaves makes the same results as using any other more useful thing. So what I'm hearing is I should just pile all my leaves in a bowl and just keep eating them, because it doesn't matter. Leaf soup OP. I'm gonna refill my drink right quick though. Be the deer you were always meant to be. Just watch out for headlights. Yeah, now we got a decent amount of health extension food. Because for those that missed that, that's exactly how this works, is you get a temporary food buff from each of these that extends your health by whatever amount it says, or has a side effect like the soup there gives extra attack speed because it hydrates you as well. Which you probably want to just mostly have a bunch of things mixed with water, so you make soups probably would be the ideal choice. So that you end up making things that hydrate you at the same time. So let's quickly do a bit of it with that and figure out what the good ideas there are. If I throw, like, I don't know, this together, what happens here? I feel like this is gonna be a disaster. So on the note of Zin's leaf soup, I feel like I need to just throw some leaves in water and find out what happens. Oh, that made actual soup. Mushrooms, wheat, and water is apparently good soup in this universe. Their standards are questionable. Leaf soup, go! If this makes bland soup, I know exactly what I'm going to be doing. Just pouring all my leaves in water and making what some would call tea. Wait, what? I actually made tea by just dumping plain leaves in water. And it clears what I've eaten. Why do I feel like that doesn't, like, make you digest better? It's just such awful leaf water that you just end up throwing up everything instead of digesting better. I have concerns about what I've done here. I mean, this is true. There's just many ways to clear one's internals, and I'm concerned about exactly how it accomplishes this. Yeah, no, I know digestive tea is real. There's another savory smoothie. I mean, it depends. Do you actually need the help of something like that? Because if you do, it's probably worth trying. I just would say don't drink more than one because you might get a nasty surprise. Kind of like be careful with adding too much fiber intake. Type deal. Yeah, exactly. Okay, that made bland soup. Interesting. This seems like a bad idea. But what if we throw flour in there? If this makes soup still somehow, I'm gonna have questions. This is true. It is in fact always tea time. I can definitely go along with this thought process. Okay, that just made bland soup as well. Okay. Now I'm feeling confident to go traveling again. We got soup, we got smoothies, we got coffee, we got some tea that might give me the shits, we'll find out. Really, in the time I've been cooking, you grew all of your wool back again already? We got some kind of super sheep over here. And honestly, I appreciate its commitment to doing all of the good work here. You need to grow up and be like Hayes. You know that, Theo? You gotta grow up and be like Hayes. And no, I didn't name these sheep. They just got random names when I fed them and made them happy. See, the fucked up part is it probably would work. Maybe not 20 pounds, but you'll definitely shed whatever's inside you, that's for sure. Dive, dive, dive! Achieving assault velocity. Attack the island with an island. And yes, I am actually going for ramming speed. I need to know. I need to know what'll happen. I'm gonna end up overshooting though because our descent rate is too slow. This is how we defeat the corruption. We hit him with an island. Oh, it stops me. I can't go any closer. Dang it. Hang on. Backing up. Backing up. I forgot the island doesn't have a reverse. Yeah, I bump into it going this way too. Speed. There we go, we're styling on them. I did a spin on their island. What you gonna do about that, huh? I might have done a bad. I might have done a very bad thing. Anybody else notice the fact that the island didn't move when I had up and forward fully charged? Yeah. I might have done a bad. By spinning the island on top of this other island, I might be stuck. I might have made a horrible mistake. Oh, that node has tentacles as well, so that's a dangerous one to be dealing with. Drink my soup, eat my smoothie. I don't have any healing items on hand, so this is gonna have to do. Ooh, there's a glowy thing there. Maybe if we change the landscape by healing this island, maybe we'll be able to escape my mistakes. Ooh. Huh. It hit me so hard I went through the ground. I feel like I should be dead now, but I'm not. Open up. It's time for your stabbing. I did not get to hit it very many times. Also, it summoned a lot of things. I think they're upset that I'm killing their home. This is why I wanted the attack speed boost, though, is for clearing the large quantities of dudes that spawn. There we go, do my best to get a 2-for-1. Ow. Thankfully, these ranged guys are a little stupid and try to run from you rather than just shooting you point blank. Where's the other little bastard? There he is. Oh, he has a friend, though. Quit hiding under the tentacle, you coward. Damn it. Yes, I know to attack the weak point, game. Excellent. Yes. Yes. It's fine. Dying has actually, like, very little meaning in this game. Especially since we're parked on their roof. I'm back, fuckers. How does it feel to be fighting an immortal? Sounds good, sounds good, Yura. Hopefully it tastes as good as it smells. Oh, that was not the only note on this island, huh? Well, we are probably not surviving fighting the other one. So, gonna just put a pin in that idea for a second. Having finished what I started. We're gonna come over here and make some bandages first. If I can. I need to make more cloth first. There we go. Yeah, they just kind of like ripped a hole in my arm and things like that. It's fine. Just wrap the arm up. It'll be okay. It'll buff out. Everything's fine. Now I'm assuming, I think I know what the trick to using the digestive key to clear your eaten food out is. Nope, nope. I need to wait for the stomach meter to go away. That is fast digestion, though. Yep, that's the kicker. If we clear the eaten food out when we have basically full health otherwise, we can just restore that health straight away. That's the trick. Grew your wool back again already. God damn. He was also kind of stuck, so I was helping. Give me your wool is back. Why can't I have it? I guess it's not actually back all the way yet. Now, where's the other node? There it is. This one doesn't have tentacles to protect it. So this will be significantly easier, though it obviously still has its minions. Oh, there are so many. They are so pissed. Look at all the spikes flying past me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I have a plan, though. They still chasing me is the important part of the plan. Because if I can get them to chase me far enough off, I can loop around, kill their node behind them. and just trick the lot of them. I don't see them. Yeah, they were waiting in the ground. I had a feeling. I was just hoping I was wrong. Let's see if I can do this quick enough that they can't kill me. Got it. Later, suckers. You all get deleted when your home is destroyed. Nah, 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 nah. I wasn't sure that was gonna work, if I'm honest. Because I wasn't sure what would happen to them if they were still alive when the node was destroyed. I'm glad my theory was correct, or I probably would have died a miserable death there, for my sins. Oh, up, up. Now, was it worth it? Is the better question. Grab some more hardstone. Ooh, what's that? What's this thingy? Is this something? I don't think this is actually a thing. I think this is just a doodad that doesn't matter. Well, apparently I already know how to make whatever it is, so yeah. This is a chest though, and it has neat stuff in it. Give me all the things. I don't even know what all this stuff was. Oh, Micter fungicide. Interesting. Something to get rid of the weird mushroom people with a little better. Is this salt or is this something else? It's the right coloration. Yep, salt crystals. So, can I can learn this chest, I just don't have charcoal. I'll have to figure out how to extricate my island from this island. First and foremost, let's make sure there's not any other goodies around here. So how's this island looking? No animals, okay. That's what I wanted to know based on looking at the almanac, is to see whether there was any animals for me to look for on here. How that book just knows that there's animals here or not here is anyone's guess. But it knows. It knows the truth of everything on the island. Aha! More water. And there's the glowing thing that I was looking for. It's another key. And there's a knowledge stone here. That's where the music was coming from. We now know how to make a millstone. That seems like it would actually be important. That'll be how we make our own flour and such. So that's actually pretty huge. This was worth it. Though we found an ancient key. Is there actually an ancient door somewhere here? Or is there not? Because we did find another ancient door that we didn't open on a different island, didn't we? And I forget what island that was. Because I completely forgot about the door existing, I think, until just now. I think it was on one of the other ones we uncorrupted. And so maybe that was the idea for this set of islands, is one has the key, one has the door, and the other one just kind of is there. And if you did it in the order that we flew over to them in to begin with, you probably would have gotten the key before the door. So I think it was the first island we uncorrupted that had the door out of this chain of islands, that is. You know, that's gotta be really ominous, just having an island just floating, nearly touching this island. Just like blotting out the sun here. Yeah, this is where the thing was. Yeah. I don't think there was a door on the island I marked, but I'm gonna double check. Just do a quick double check basically around all these islands, both to make sure I'm not missing things and to make sure I'm not forgetting a door somewhere now that we have a key. Oh, I missed this. No, I didn't. Apparently I collected this. Did I, though? Or do I just not... It might have spawned extras of these? I'll be honest, I don't even know what I've done and not done at this point. I'm just here doing things. Is full disclosure, as an add-on to the complications getting anything relating to the collab working today, I woke up like 5 or 6 times last night for I don't know what reason, because there was nothing wrong. I just kept waking up over and over again for some reason. Needless to say, did not get that much sleep as a result of that. Just making the most of the situation as a whole. Oh wait, yeah, because I broke the boxes. You can tell because that other box is just floating there. So I definitely was here. Well, obviously I was here because we knew that already, because this was the first island I went to. Oh, those weren't actual reeds. Okay. I thought they might be reeds and we'd be able to make something unique out of them, since they were cattails in the water. Okay, it doesn't seem like there's any doors on this island. You know, now that we know that dying doesn't matter, I'm gonna do a thing. What happens if I just nosedive? Is there a bottom? Yep. There's a bottom of the world. Found it. So I was going to go back to my home island anyway, so it's like, I could warp back, or I could do science. Ah, the stone we got. 3 of them. Ooh. Deal vastly more damage to resources is when installed on a tool. I see. We can also quickly pop the millstone down. What's this do? I appreciate how all these have mini games. Like, they're obviously not necessary, but they make it quicker. Mixture grease. Okay. And this, I presume, will just make salt, since it's salt crystals. Yep. What about these seeds here? What does this do? Yeah, it looks like if you do the timing thing, it gives you whatever it's making. Oh, it's grain. That makes sense. Okay. Oh, my miscellaneous inventory is what's full. I see, I see. Let's put a bunch of our extra seeds in here because we're not using them. And that'll save up a lot of space. All of the 156 wild seeds we've got, for example. Put the beetles in here. Put the bright flowers in there. The face stones. Because none of those have shown to be used for anything in particular. Ah, let's learn this first. Wooden cog. That would probably be very important to many things. I just wasn't sure if I wanted to use up my carved wood and grease for that, but yeah, we'll go ahead and make that. That seems like it could be pivotal to many a more complex thing. So apparently not currently, because it doesn't even show up in the ingredients list. That leaves me slightly upset, but you know, that's how these things go sometimes. I do only have the one mushroom left, but let's grind it up and see what it turns into, just in case. Oh, you can grind it up and make, presumably these are the seeds. It's for it, essentially. I wish, maybe it's just not telling me there's a sort button, but yeah, there we go. Apply inoculant to the base of trees to introduce decomposers on an island. So to basically make mushrooms exist where there weren't. We should actually do that. There we go. That way that tree will start growing mushrooms, because we need these mushrooms for our bandages. In addition, obviously, to using them as food and things like that as well. So, you know, mushrooms important. Mushrooms good. Even if I don't necessarily care for them myself, they are a useful full supply item. Okay, now having acquired all of the mushrooms, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to quickly grind up all of those mushrooms. Because we can multiply the amount of mushrooms we're growing by just putting mushrooms on every tree, right? That just makes sense. And this way, in the time we're gone, we should have so many more mushrooms. Yes. Yes. This logic is sound. It just might come back to haunt me when I go to knock all these trees down and suddenly I don't have any more mushrooms growing. There we go. Probably about time to get the wool off of you again. Yeah, I know. Feed you first. Not allowed anywhere near the wool unless you've been fed, and I can respect that. Let's go up to the map to get rid of that waypoint now. And then we'll finish checking the islands again to make sure I'm not forgetting something. And then we'll go off on a further journey somewhere. There we go. You just place waypoint again and you get rid of it. Wait. One of these is not logged. Why is this not logged? Oh, it's the teeny tiny island. Apparently this counts as an actual valid island? Let's go have a look then. Since it's got a crystal marker on it. So it might actually have something relevant. Even though it's literally just a floating stone, basically. Alright, game. I'll bite. What? Where? Why? Why does this island matter? Is it the fact that there's a wind crystal here? Or wind stone? It's not even a crystal. Yeah, but there's nothing like under it or anything. It's just a rock. Huh. Okay. Nothing under this island. I think we checked this one again already, but I'm just making sure while I'm flying around in the general vicinity. So I'm not gonna lie to you, I can't really tell these islands apart particularly. That's part of why I was originally keeping my island in one spot, so that I could always tell relative to my island where things are. And obviously I can tell which one of them is because that's the one we're parked on top of. Yeah, I think this is the one we literally just checked though, based on the charcoal still being there. Yeah, this is the one with a lot of structures and such sitting around on it. So if there was one with a door, I feel like it would be this one. Yeah, because this had a cave, but I don't think there was any doors in the cave at the very least. In fact, wasn't this the first, like, more significant cave we'd found? Doing a quick loop around, just making sure that I'm not missing obvious things. There's a hardstone here, so I missed that. It seems like there's not really much of anything else here, though. Some coffee beans, which will help, since we now know that coffee boosts momentum. Otherwise, I wouldn't care. More mushrooms. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna hang on to that key, and when we find another door, we'll just use it there. Let's focus on extricating my island from the island I landed it on. There we go. Yeah, it was just the mushroom stuff that had us jammed up. I was able to just rise straight off of it. Okay, so let's actually chart a course to somewhere more significantly different then. Problem is, the only other spots we have only have like little spots of 4 islands each. There are a bunch of islands back in the original section we didn't go to though. So I guess let's mark this one, check out the rest of this chain here, and then we'll go to one of the sets of 4. Unless any of these have an extra marker on them. I don't think they do. And they just all have question mark crystal. So I don't think that's actually indicative of anything in particular. Maybe I should put more sails on here so we go faster, though. That sounds like a good idea, doesn't it? Make the island go faster, because now that we've learned we can't crash it into things and do harm. Though, no, we don't have nearly enough leaves to make more sails, though. We need a way of getting leaves faster. Right, my inventory's still full. That's the one problem with having like a separated inventory like this has, where you have 4 different categories of thing to maintain, not having too many of. It's very easy to end up in a situation like we're in right now, where we're constantly out of space. Thankfully, quick drop is a thing, so we can just kind of quickly get rid of some stuff. Just don't have stockpiles for some of this other bric-a-brac. Is there separate stockpiles for some of these things? Oh, there's a stone stockpile, so we can start getting rid of that. Okay, yeah, so there's stockpiles for like literally everything. I just never looked. That's on me. Just a little rope tree, which seems like both a great idea and a terrible idea at the same time. Don't really know if I'm gonna need the wool stockpile anytime soon, but I'll make it just because may as well complete the set. Okay, we need hay for hay stockpiles, so we won't worry about that. Wait. Oh, that's a leaf basket, not the seaweed baskets we were dealing with, right? I was gonna say, why were we getting wood out of those when clearly it should have been the woven leaves, but it's a different thing. I do appreciate that you can favorite things. There we go, drop that off, drop that off, drop that off. Oh good, all the crystals and such go in here too. That will actually save a lot of space. Our problems are solved. Game needs a seed stockpile. Honestly. He says checking to make sure there isn't one. Nope, no seed stockpile. Or at least not out of the pool of things we have currently. I'm just gonna clear out all these like smaller trees because they should be good for leaves without taking multiple steps of cutting. And once we have all of that, we will make another sail and hopefully speed the process of travel a bit. Obviously, in the time it's taking me to do this, we probably would have been there already. But future-proofing, you know? Also, this would be a good idea. Just pull the branches off when I need wood, instead of cutting the trees down. It's actually nice of them to make that a thing you can do. They did seem like they're actually putting thought towards sustainability in this game. Which is nice. I say as I promptly ignore the concept of sustainability and just tear up everything. But, you know, details. And our mushrooms are ready to go. Oh yeah, actually use the rope stockpile so we get rid of that. 106 leaves, not too bad, not too bad. That definitely will make a difference towards our cloth supply. And I like that this speeds up as it goes, too. And it's probably the crafting thing that might be part of what they were talking about with there being a potential flashing light thing for this. Yeah, though even that I don't know is that bad. Unless you're sitting in a dark room and like put your face up to that corner of the screen. Since that's not taking up the whole screen. But I'd be the first to say that I still don't fully understand how that actually works and how it impacts people, which is why I tend to be a little over careful with that. There go the automated messages again. Now, can I build using... Yeah, because you see it's still lighting up the stockpile signs. Okay. So we can put 2 more sails on. Yeah, these are more properly aligned. I'm gonna put them up top with the other ones, though, because those clearly were doing a better job than the ones down below. Even though spacing-wise, it seems a little silly. Game mechanics-wise, this seems like it's the correct choice. What's the difference? There's literally no usage difference, so I don't know what the point to this one with the gear on it is. Nope. Up, up, and away. We'll see if we actually achieve higher speeds now. So it looks like we're not going to be going favorable as far as the wind goes, so we might not actually see better speeds. We're going to also crash into that island. Thunk. Notice how much less care I have for that idea now that I've learned that I can't actually destroy my island that way. It's just like, oh, we just bump? Okay, that's fine. Ramming speed! Yeah, we're flying into the wind right now, so we are going to be slow. Oh yeah, in fact, actually we have to kind of go at an angle in order to move at all. Oh, this is unfortunate. I'm not really sure how they expect me to get back over that way then. Unless maybe if I lift higher, I'll like come into a cross breeze going the other way or something weird, but I don't think that that's the case. Or is it because we're stuck on this other island still? Might be because we're still stuck on the other island. So I'm noticing we're still on top of it. Yeah, there we go. Now we're going. Even though we're still heading towards the wind, we're actually moving. We can stop rising now. Yeah, 29 knots going into the wind. That's not bad, because weren't we going only like 30 or so when we were going with the wind going towards this place? So I think adding the 2 more sails makes a pretty significant difference. I don't know why I don't see any numbers on. Oh, right, I don't have detailed mode on. Oh yeah, no, they're not doing well. They're not doing it well at all because they're going the wrong way. There's some kind of wind wall over there, which is what the symbol on the compass is, presumably. And I'm assuming that's what the thing about needing atlases on the map is for, probably. Amongst other things, is just figuring out how to get through those. Since we're not really changing speed much at all, we may as well point more directly towards our target. Here's a question. Does it keep moving if I get out of the seat here? Yes, we are still moving. So that's good. You can actually run around and do things while it travels. I figured as much since this is a multiplayer game, but I couldn't be sure whether it was gonna continue simulating the movement when you're not driving it. So much like if you were actually sailing a boat, you can kind of just set the sails and then go around and do stuff while you wait. So that could potentially be very useful. Could also probably lead to disaster where you smash your island into something. We don't have that much farther to go though, so I'm not gonna mess around too much. I might park the island like somewhere in here just so I have access to all 6 of these and these 2 down here without having to travel too much. Especially since it looks like that one's just another dot of an island that I ended up marking because it was at this end of the chain. So let's actually turn a bit this way. Yeah, we might just disregard that one entirely. Look at that little speck of a landmass there. Come on, game. Why is that even on the map? It looks like there might be something decent size built on top of it for some reason. Should probably raise up a little bit. Based on where all these other land masses are, we're actually a little low. And it'll be easier to fly to them if I'm higher up. I wonder if that's a really big island that's in that wind wall, because it almost looks like there's a very large landmass right on the edge there. Bringing her into park. Wouldn't it be really funny if we had actually brought this island right back to where it was in the island chain before? We might actually have. Okay, yeah, because these 2 were unexplored, that one's unexplored. Okay. So we will still go to the tiny speck of an island, just because my marker's on it. But we'll go through the whole chain leading to it along the way is basically the idea. And then we'll warp back to the base island. Oh. What's this? Storm Chaser. Interesting. Looks like it uses wind crystals, so that might be very important. Secret in the waterfall. So it's just salt crystals in here, it looks like. I don't know if I can be bothered to harvest those at this exact second. Some charcoal down here as well. Now that I'm starting to realize the use of things, I'm not just loot goblining everything I see anymore. Especially just to keep from having to deal with inventory more than I have to now. And the awe and wonder at this game is fading a little bit. I do have to acknowledge that. As is the nature of these things. Once you start seeing multiple islands that are similar. But obviously we're still only in the first area, so that could easily change. And there's still a good amount of stuff on these islands. It just sometimes is smaller things, like the fact that one of those islands had coffee. And it didn't seem like all of the others did necessarily. This one seems like it just had the information thing on it, and that's about it. This one's just got a chest on it. It does have a lot of rope though, so that'll help. Help save me some resources. This looks a little bit different. Is it just stone? Yep, just stone. It looked like it could potentially have been some kind of ore spot. That's why I stopped to hit it. Now watch as the teeny tiny little speck of an island actually has something more than the rest of them did. It actually might, because there's like a massive tree here. Ooh, there's like a knowledge crystal or something in here. It's making noise. Oh, it's a key. Wait, there's something else. There was still a glow there for a moment. There's something glowing like right there. But maybe there's another way in. So I guess that's a thing too. Sometimes things in this game just glow. So can I learn about these metal bits here? They're kind of neat. Nope, can't learn shit from that. It's like you can see that there's something glowing there, but I think it's just the metal shining and interacting slightly weird. What's making the noise? Now this would have been an earlier spot to find wheat, it looks like. The way it was getting dark and it was getting more windy right after we found a thing called a storm chaser, I was starting to get real worried I was going to get struck by lightning or something. Is it up in the top of the tree? No. There really is something in there. It seems like we can't get inside, which is weird. It's louder like right about here though, so maybe it's under one of these? Or maybe this is just a weird spawn so it doesn't actually function. 'Cause it really does seem like it's inside the tree. Like right where I'm pickaxing, but I can't get in there because there's shit in the way. Well, I'm gonna stop thinking about it for the time being. Okay, you can't inventory or anything while you're already gliding. Because I remembered about teleporting, like, right after I was already airborne. Guess it doesn't take that long to fly back. I just want to make sure that all of them are marked on the map before I start going the other way. Yep, those are all green now. I don't know what the KG means. Unless maybe that's a movable island, maybe? Because some of these have it, some of them don't. And I'm assuming these are all, like, checking for various things, but I don't know what any of these symbols mean. Oh yeah, that's definitely a wind wall of some kind over there. Now nighttime's come and we get a different view of things. And I'm actually paying attention. Okay, yeah, the way we're facing is towards the other three. That one over there is corrupted. We can see that from here. But the big one next to it is interesting. So let's go take a look at the big island. Oh yeah, there's all kinds of stuff going on here. Whoop, missed it. Overshot the mark a little bit. Did it just not get marked on the map as I flew onto this little bit here and didn't actually go down there, perhaps? Or is this the one that I have? No, because I touched this. So I think this is the one in this direction that I do have marked, and it's the other ones that I don't. So I do recognize this, because I remember looking around at all of this and going, is there anything I can actually do with this? 'Cause I think this is the one we rehabilitated. Somebody just turned this into a boat instead of it being an island. Ooh, gourmet recipe. We learned how to make corn loaf. Hooray. That certainly sounds gourmet, all right. Just a loaf of corn. Oh, to battle it is then. Oh, this has got docks on it and everything. This might actually be important. He says flying over here recklessly without having consumed food or anything. So he has like no health. There we go, just quickly fix that just in case. Because there's no enemies here at the moment, but it's gonna spawn more dudes as soon as we don't kill it here. So, apparently I killed one of them by proxy, so that's good. This is probably where you were supposed to have started running into the ranged dudes, and I did things in a wacky order, which is why I was having so much trouble. And it seems like it's not a timed thing for these closing. It's a certain amount of hits. Knowledge stone. Compost bin. Useful, but not something I'm gonna worry about here today. That's kind of like a far enough off thing in terms of usefulness, I would say, that I don't need to prioritize that at the minute. Lamp. Like, obviously, playing on my own time, I would probably be micromanaging things like that way harder. But for the purposes of getting a lot of content shown today, it's not worth. Gotta say, this island, other than that knowledge stone, is a little bit of a big disappointment. Like, I was kind of hoping for something useful as far as boat knowledge goes when there's a whole set of docks here, but either I'm missing something obvious or there's no such thing here, which is unfortunate. But I feel less bad about not having explored this island now, considering all it was compost bin knowledge. Which is, like I said, important, just not particularly interesting. We'll go back, verify that everything's been poked where it's supposed to be poked. Yep, those are all cleared. Now we'll hit these two islands over here then. And then we'll head on to the next chain. So I suppose maybe I should make sure I check the other couple islands that are at the very bottom of this island chain. Oh, that came up faster than I thought. Hi. Huh. That's all this island is, huh? Real glad I bothered to fly over here. Oh, the excitement. I don't remember this tower. I feel like I did look at this. But maybe I didn't. It's emptied. Whoa, my frames. Don't know why the frames left for a moment there, but we seem to be okay? Question mark? The Call of the Void very strongly hit me there as I was falling. Like, you know, you could just not pull out the glider and see if fall damage really is a thing in this game. Yeah, see, we definitely were on this island already because this door's open. Okay, so that proves that out. Because I think this was the starting island. I just forgot that there was a big tower on it. And this is the sandy little useless junk island here, or that we marked, which means over here is actually the other island that I wanted to look at, because this was the other one that wasn't marked. There used to be something here. Oh, wait, hello. Ah, crystals, okay. I mean, I'll take them. Not exciting, but I'll take them. Can't really get at these other ones very well. He says he gets them anyway, but his stubbornness is strong. I am glad that they let you actually jump and hit these things, because a lot of games will be like, no, you're not actually touching the ground when you hit that, so it doesn't count. Just be annoying like that. Or take Minecraft, for example, where you have to hit something long enough and the damage dealt immediately disappears if you don't continue hitting it. So you can't continuously make progress by just hopping and hitting things. Still remains very concerning that you warp in just in the air. Let's get you away from the edge. I feel like you're gonna fall off somehow, and I'll be upset because I went through a lot of work to keep you alive. I wonder if the other one grew up yet. This is when I find out the little one did jump off, and thing is, they could be basically anywhere. Because they've got, like, the whole reign of the island, because I see no reason to keep them penned, because they can't really go very far. Like, they can, but they can't, if that makes sense. Because, like, obviously, there's a decent amount of island, but there's only so much. Nope, he hasn't grown up yet. Here you go, have some more food. You gotta get bigger, buddy. This way you can produce, hey, you can produce wool for me too, so we don't have just one making wool. This fire lasts a really long time, by the way. Yeah, we've still learned absolutely nothing. Drop all the things I found off. And back to the map to clear that waypoint and make sure that there's nothing significant left on the map in this section. Then we'll probably go through that other set of islands that I saw. Like this one over here. Oh, actually, there is like a chain of 3 of them down here. So let's mark that. And then we'll just go straight down there. Clear through this, and then when we go over here, I'll look at these, and then maybe we'll call it at that point. That seems reasonable to me. Because I think we'll have seen a lot of what we're gonna see by that time. There we go. Now we're gonna be flying with the wind. We're gonna go so much faster. Not as much faster as I was hoping, admittedly. But decently quick, at least. Yeah, the islands that we're going between right now, these two, are unexplored. So what I'll do is I'll pass them and then go back to them. We've struck something, apparently, according to the game. Because we seem to have lost all speed. Except... what did we hit? Did I, like, hit... oh, how much of... yeah, it's the... there's a force field because of all the small bits here. They don't want you getting stuck worse than we are, so they put a barrier around it, I think. Or there's an edge to the map somewhere that I'm hitting. I can't really tell. So I'm just gonna park here. And we'll figure that out in a moment. Because if we look at the map... yeah, we're in a decent position relative to all of this. So we'll figure all of this out and then we'll fly away from here rather than trying to figure this out further. And this is a pretty big island down here. So wait, no, this is the starting island. Because this is where the mural is. So it must be just like this little chunk of rock over here that is messing with me then. And saying that it's on an unexplored island. This little random piece of stone. I really think there should be like a minimum size before it shows as an island on the map. Is if we go look at the map now. Yeah, see, that's marked off now. And this is... yeah, I guess that is where it is on the map. It just... I don't know. That doesn't seem quite lined up correctly. Hey there, Crimson. Thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? I think... I feel like I should know what you were doing because I saw it, but I do not remember right now. But hopefully you had a good time and hopefully everyone's doing well. We're just flying around, exploring islands in the sky, driving our island around. There she is. It's always good to see you, Crimson. So far, so good. Little tired at this point today, but everything's holding together. What were you up to today? As I'm not sure if you had caught the questions and everything as you were first popping up, because Twitch may not have caught up yet. And I will reiterate that I very much appreciate the raid. There we go, now we're free and clear, so it wasn't a map edge. Ah, okay, you were still working through Kingdom Hearts, okay. Hopefully you had a good time. Yeah, it'd be that way sometimes, and sometimes I get a little too ahead of myself with responding to that popping up, and I can never be sure if they've actually gotten in completely or not. Oh, we did miss a knowledge stone back in here. Game, I would like to learn the thing. There we go. Oh, beds. You know what? That probably would have been a useful thing to have learned earlier. Not that we've slept at all in this game yet, but you know. Still would be arguably a useful thing. Anything neat in the cave? Answer is nothing, apparently. How about down here between the waterfalls? No, that was where the knowledge stone was. I'm assuming the game's counting this as an island again. This little speck of stone here that is just a pond in the sky. So we'll touch that just so it gets marked. Isn't there 3 over here, though? It's not counting the one tree island, right? It wouldn't. It absolutely fucking would. There we go. Hopefully, having crashed into it, it'll acknowledge that I've touched that island. Because trying to land on that is not a thing I'm gonna try to do right now. Up. Come on. There we go. I could have just teleported back, but sometimes it's more fun to try to make the flight. Exactly. There we go. Yep, all the islands are cleared out. So onward and over here we go. Turn the island boat. Because I wasn't kidding when I said we're just out here sailing on our island around, because we have converted this entire floating island into a boat. This is our airship now. You know, in some ways it's funny that we were gonna build an airship for the 7 Days to Die finale today, and that didn't end up working out, but because of first scheduling conflicts and then other things. And lo and behold, here I am with an airship anyway. Somehow things just come full circle without intending to. It's gonna be a minute before we get there, considering, you know, it's over here, and that's the blistering speed at which we're going right now. You have a spyglass that I've literally never used. Now's as good a time as any to use it. Oh good, it actually tells you the distance to your waypoint, so that's nice. And since we're using a crystal for our spyglass, you can see that it's a little segmented and a little strange looking. Kinda dig it, though. We're actually making reasonable progress. Though we're clearly not heading straight on towards it, because you can tell that sometimes the distance marker doesn't actually go down at the same speed. Oh, there is a zoom. Interesting. Yeah, I can't tell if that's the wind wall just presenting a very rocky looking front, or if that is just all island over there. Could be either, really. Though based on the way it's laid out, I feel like that's just a dark death bubble over there. I should change our heading slightly, I think. So we'll get there to the specific island a little faster if I point it more this way. Though I think there is a little bit of drift as we're hitting stones and such. Yeah, thanks to my rendering settings, we really can't see anything at this distance. But there they are. There are some islands. I feel like there's more islands than should be. But that might also be the lens messing with me. Theo grew up. We have another big sheep. See? 2 big sheep. Oh, did not mean to pick you up a second time. I meant to feed you. There you go. Now, give me your wool. Thank you. There you go. You get food too. Take your wool too. There we go. It's a very questionable idea to still have the island moving while I'm doing this, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Worst case, we'll bump into something and it won't do anything. Oh wow, we crossed a lot more of that distance while I was preoccupied, though. Yeah, there's our target right under us, so we should stop the boat. Now, it looks like it's just a bunch of small islands again. Also actually really close to the wind wall. Part of me wants to just drive the island into it to find out what would happen. And we might do that as the final thing we do today. I should also see what that storm chaser thing we got does. I've completely forgot about that until now. Ooh, another knowledge stone. Sewing table. Yeah, that probably would be fairly important. Probably lets us do it more advanced cloth things. Wait, would I have been able to... No, I wouldn't have been able to sketch this. Okay. I can sketch the bench, but I don't care about the bench. For those coming in from the raid and coming in later on, the sketchbook here allows you to learn how to make things, but more advanced things like that production device there, the mill, apparently are not sketchable. Which is unfortunate. Although I suppose that would be kind of shenanigans to do that, huh? Ooh. This island looks interesting. Yeah, exactly. It's a really neat way of going about that. The knowledge stones teach you how to make things, but you can also sketch them to learn about them. Which is also convenient for multiplayer, because more than likely somebody could learn a bunch of things and then you can sketch what the other people have learned. Wow. Hardstone, huh? Okay. I'll take it. There we go. What's in the cave? If anything. Shiny, fancy glowing plants, but we've tried cutting them before and nothing happened, so I'm pretty sure they're a non-thing. Unfortunately, there's some salt. You might think that I'm getting lost in these caves, but surprisingly, I'm actually not. Because they're thankfully not that complicated. Is there something behind this rock fall, or is this just how I was supposed to have gotten down here? And I flew down here instead. Ah, nope, just an alternate entrance. Honestly, the flying and everything is just really satisfying in this game. It's a little simple, but it's just so fluid and smooth that it's actually really nice regardless. And you know, being able to defy the laws of physics is always quite nice. Because you would think you'd have to build momentum to fly upward, but no, you just kind of just go up. I don't know if there's just like that much wind around here that you gain that much lift that easily or what, but you just go. Just instantly neum into the sky. Why is this here? I'll take the paper. I'm just confused why the little tiny dock is there. Nope. Seems like this island otherwise has a whole lot of bupkis. Really wish I had a portable map so I could check to make sure that I got the islands that are nearby at the correct angles. Presumably these are the other two islands in this chain, though. And that one's corrupted. Let's go do some more fighting, then. This is taking less time than I thought to clear these, so we'll go clear the other chain of islands, too. That's gonna explode. Use that one to my advantage. Oh, more exploded than I thought, though. Gotta go. And never mind. I definitely had to go, just not the way I intended to. Whoop. Oh, we're home again. And they already grew their wool back. God damn. Well, before I go back out there... Ah! A strange device capable of finding specific objects and locations through mystical means. I see. This does seem incredibly useful, then. So we can find lost anchors, knowledge stones, and corrupted islands. There's 3 other things we could learn to find. We would need more salt to find another lost anchor. We can find a nearby knowledge stone that presumably we haven't touched. And we wouldn't need to find a corrupted island because we know where one is. It's right over there. Let's see where it says a knowledge stone is. That way. Our nearest knowledge stone is in that direction, which may very well be on that corrupted island, or it's on this little island here. Which I just realized, that corrupted island's tiny. Why are you angry? Just got a sudden sore feeling in my arm, but I've also been leaning on that side. So it might just be a little grumpy from me leaning on it too hard. This is just like up at the shoulder, which is where I was leaning against the side of the chair. So that easily could be true. There's no sign of a knowledge stone here, so I feel like it's probably on the corrupted island, if it's even this near. Yeah, it'll probably be fine. But I appreciate that. It probably just needs me to sit up a bit better and it'll calm down. Eat these so I have more health. Let's go deal with that corrupted island better this time, instead of just diving in and getting immediately obliterated. Yeah, because the things that exploded stayed exploded, so that should make it a little easier getting around in here. That's the problem with these smaller islands, though, is tight quarters. Yep, spawn your dudes. Oh, this one spawned a lot of dudes for the amount of space we have here. Oh, off he went. Anyway. Up and up. Up slash unlocked. Neat. No idea how to do those things. It said to learn more in the encyclopedia, so I probably should look at it, but you know. Okay, it just was sitting on a pillar of salt. Understood. Another hardstone. Is there actually a knowledge stone on this island, or have I been led astray? Doesn't look like it, so I think I was led astray. So perhaps I assumed what it was telling me incorrectly. Wait, no, I hear something. Usually that humming is that there's a stone nearby. There's a piece of paper. Gotta love when I hold right and he spins to the left instead of the direction he was supposed to. Yeah, there's no, like, tunnels on this island or anything. Stretch that arm right quick. There we go. It's already starting to behave a bit more. But I don't think there's a knowledge stone on that island. Let's go back to my home island and see if I can figure that situation out. Because it may be pointing to something that's inside the wind wall, too. I don't know how that works. So I was kind of worried it was going to be a not reachable stone that it was going to point at that was nearest. I'm assuming it didn't mark it on the map. No, of course it wouldn't. But we have been to all of the islands in this little chain here. Those are the only ones left in this area. Because for some reason this little patch here that it shows is visibly empty? Oh, wait. This is marked now. Was that marked before? It's also similar symbol to the atlas, so I wonder if I missed that over there. Because I could have swore that was just a set of regular island dots over there before. Maybe using the Mark Knowledge Stone thing actually did that. But the wind coming out of it was going... Where's the thingy? There it is. Wasn't the wind that came out of it going that way? I guess I could do it again. Yeah, see, it's blowing that way. But maybe it always blows that way, and then it just marks it on the map. Because maybe that's just based on the facing of the device. Let's see if something else changed on the map. See if we can, like, put 2 and 2 together here. Nothing else has changed on the map. Based on ship heading, though, it's kind of pointing a little to the left of ship heading, so it might actually be over here that it's pointing at. Not really super convinced by my statement here, but I'm just gonna go with it. Oh no, I did mark one of the islands over there already. My marker is correct. For some reason I thought that was still one of the islands in the set we were already in. Don't mind me. Yeah, if you want a chill little exploration game where you can fly around a lot and do some light survival crafting, this seems like a winner so far. And if you want the link for it, you can either hit exclamation Lurkit or just wait another few minutes. It should automatically pop up again here in a moment. Since it should, if I'm remembering my settings right, it should be popping every hour. Because I was given this key by that service, so I wanted to make sure that I'm reminded of that whenever the command's used. We're almost there. I'm gonna assume that's like an edge of the world over there, looking at the dark wall over there, because that's the wind wall there. As you can see it on the compass. And I kept looking at that thinking that was the wind wall at night. Because that is kind of a wind wall, it's just a different one. Weird. Okay, I think we're close enough now. So that's the front one in this chain, right? Yeah. So where are the other two? Oh, I guess that's the other one over there. Still not sure where one of them are, but... Unless that's it silhouetted against the edge there, which, yeah, no, it absolutely is. Okay. That one's corrupted. Let's look at the others first, then. Is that one... I think might have 2 nodes on it, which will take a little bit to kill. This one might be corrupted too, though, from the look of it. Yep, it's corrupted. Does it have anything valuable on it? Oh, it's got a building, so there might be something good. Understandable, Crimson. I'm probably not going to be going too awful much longer myself, but hopefully you have a good night, and thank you again for bringing your community over. Rest well. What do we got on this island? Nothing down here other than some windstones, which we might actually need more of, but I'm just not stressing it. Ooh, another key. We have 3 keys and haven't seen another door in a while. I would bet that island that's marked is actually the one that I had found the door on before. Restore this island's ecosystem to gather this. Oh yeah, this ecosystem is kind of screwed up, huh? Which, that's another mechanic this game has. You actually have to restore ecosystems. It needs wild seeds and plant species to be restored. Okay. Do I actually still have wild seeds on me? I do. Apparently some of these didn't work. Oh no, the flora diversity is fine now. Need to cut down some sick trees, restore the insect diversity, and repair some broken habitats. Okay. That's why these are glowing, then. I'm glad the book knows what trees are sick and what trees aren't sick. So I sure don't understand. Sorcery to me. Well, you know, maybe I could tell that this one's got a problem, admittedly. It's growing a little weird. We might get enough ecosystem vitality just cutting these out where it'll be okay. 'Cause I don't know if you have to do everything. Yeah, I need to make leaf cloth for that, which I might be able to. I'll just need to quickly build a workbench so I can do that. Okay, everything to create and modify clothes. Yeah, that checks out. No, I think I have just enough to make the 1 cloth I need, so that works. Pop. Pick that up. See if there's anything else we can make use of to finish fixing this place. Aha. Bad tree. You're not supposed to bend that way. Okay. And this needs to be fixed as well. Which needs another cloth. And I think I don't have any bugs, so this might actually be an issue. go chasing after all those plants, but I can just knock another tree down. Because as you notice, the ecosystem health isn't going down when I cut these down, so it doesn't care about that. That's not an issue significant enough to be a problem. And there's the link for the game there, for those so inclined. There we go, 4 cloth, so that we'll have some spare in case we need it. Further. Oop. Yeah, we're gonna have 2% vitality left to fix, and it's gonna be the insect diversity. And there's things that might potentially be useful here, like this I think is corn, but we can't have it until we fix the ecosystem here. So let's fly back to this island, see if we can find some bugs here. Because I think we skipped over the first island, right? Or did I search that already? Yeah, we can hit this one too. You can tell I'm getting tired because the memory's starting to fade. Ooh. Knowledge stone. An interesting location to say the least. Ah, dang it. Like obviously I should build steps to get to it. But I'm pretty confident I can make this happen. This will be funnier. Whee. Ah, they might have thought of that. They might have thought of somebody doing what I'm trying to do here. And just will not allow my shenanigans. Oh, those aren't solid. I was gonna run up the tree as it was falling. Okay, fine. I'll do the thing the game wants me to do. Only because I have to, not because I wanted to. Farming plots. Okay. Those theoretically are necessary? So I never tried to till the ground directly. We had a tool for doing so, but I got rid of it. Now, the more important question is, are there any bugs here? Because if not, I may just grab some of the bugs I have in storage and go plop one down on that island to fix it. So I feel like if that's having an ecology issue, it almost certainly is actually gonna have something I want on it then. And yeah, the first island was also corrupted. That was the other problem. Which the corrupted islands might have something useful on them too. It's kind of a problem that way after all. Anything else I can throw in the grinder? No, nothing new. We don't have the other things that go in there yet. Drop things off in all the stockpiles. Nope, there's still no new recipes. Give me my little red bugs. We can just chuck one of them down on the island, and that'll fix it. We're gonna have a little bit of a flight ahead of us here. Let's actually do another flyby over here while we're at it. So there's a building there. There is definitely 2 nodes on this island, which is annoying. The other one, I think, over here only had one node tucked in the corner. So we'll quickly clear the one node here, if it's actually only one. Yeah, it looks like it's only one node. And there's still like a greenhouse looking building here which might be relevant for something. Oh, but that one does have tentacles, which is upsetting. Because that means that one can defend itself. Unlike the other spore thingies. Now, the big problem is going to be finding a spot where I'm safe enough to get my health boosted. Yep, this is why that was going to be a problem. Rude, sir. Because we also don't have any healing items on hand. Which is why I didn't particularly want to deal with these. Oh wow, those have way more reach than I think they do. I always forget just how much reach those tentacles have. There we go, open up. Problem is now it's gonna summon all of its friends. I need to remember, I have more reach than I think I do. Nice, punch out your friend, thank you. Ow. Okay, I think that's all the stuff it summoned. That's one down. Damn it. Yes, I know to attack the weak points game, but it's almost like when you spawn them in places I can't get at them without dying. It's a little bit of a problem. Man. Still, that node is like a touch away from death, so it's fine. But I think this is... No, this is the unnecessary island. Did we even look at this one yet? I feel like we did. You know, I keep second guessing that. Oh yeah, that's where the knowledge stone was. My brain keeps mixing the islands up at this point. Yeah, let's go fix this one. Then we'll see about dealing with that remaining node and hope that there's something useful on that island. There you go, release one ladybug onto the island, and now the island is good. The island is happy. It is enthusiastic, and suddenly the corn has become happy, full-grown corn. Have some coffee. All of that just for some cone. Not sure that was worth it. You know what? We have corn now. And with how food is actually kind of important for your health, it is actually probably worth it. Just maybe not for our immediate purposes right now. And you would think a circle of stones like this would have a function, but I guess maybe not that we understand, perhaps. Nothing down here, really. Like, the ecosystem repairing system really is kind of neat. I do wonder if it'll get fleshed out more, because remember, this is an early access game as well, so despite how well everything's working, it is early access. Oh, I could try to bring you home. Home's kind of far away. Because the teleport home thing does have a limited range as far as, like, teleporting sheep to the house, so I'm just not dealing with that. We might be able to make some healing items and potentially take on the other one. But I just want to finish this one off at the very least. You suck. I just want you to know that, universe. You suck. Almost managed to sabotage me. There we go. We might actually have to fix the ecosystem here as well, because we've seen that before, where we have to defeat the enemies and then fix the ecosystem. Nope, we're good. Ecosystem here is fine. Surprisingly enough, considering the nature of what just was here, but don't question it too much. Don't know why I couldn't glide for a bit there. I think you actually have to be moving forward to glide, but I've not proven that. Because sometimes it lets me stand and glide, and I'm confused by it. Oh, so I was right that I would have found bugs here, although there was a bug right there. So if I just didn't botch the fight the first time, we probably would have had exactly what we needed. Oh well. Which that is something I've noticed, is it seems to always put what you need for a given island chain situation in that island chain so far. This way you don't have to go too far afield to find something, which can be nice. Yeah, no, it looks like there's a whole lot of fuck all on this island, so fighting that was not worth it. That's unfortunate. Keep habitually trying to open a map that doesn't exist. Let's just warp back to the house and see about making healing items, though. Whoop. Oh god. I will never get used to falling out of the sky when I warp in. So we can make some more wool thread. And I think off of that wool thread we might be able to make wool bandages. Oh, we never did get the recipe for wool bandages, did we? So there's probably something still missing as far as making that goes then. Some other hidden component. Does the corn go in the grinder? It doesn't. And I guess we could quickly see if we can make something out of the corn. How about corn, coffee, and berries? What happens with this? This seems like a bad idea. But I figure I may as well showcase the cooking system for everybody that came in later along. Don't put it into the red or it will ruin everything. Ooh, another fresh bowl. Not too bad, not too bad. Probably worth it. And now having made our healing items and everything, yeah, this is the only unexplored island now. See, these don't have anything on them. Yeah. This one has a triangle on it. Like, I feel like I must have missed things on some of these islands based on the way those symbols exist. Go ahead and make some underwhelming soup. Eat the fresh bowl. Use our bandages to get to full health. Which with this much health will be fine. As long as I don't do anything too stupid. Which, now that I've said that, I went and cursed myself, but, you know. Probably fine. Oh, this has tentacles. Let's get on this side of the nodes then. Because I've noticed I get away with standing on these side of the nodes a bit more than I do on the outside of the nodes when tentacles exist. Just gonna try to... Oh god! Nice! The explosive helped out. I was gonna say I'm gonna try to rush it, and lo and behold, managed to rush that one. Thanks to the explosives that were around. Now, where's the other node? Apparently I'm terrified by something, so that's a thing. Something real bad happened. Probably when I exploded. Yeah, I will happily destroy the corruption nodes game. I just gotta find them. There it is. I remembered it was off an edge somewhere. I just couldn't guarantee I was gonna be able to find it naturally. Oh, there's flyers. That might be part of the problem. And dead. I don't know what killed me. I'm assuming one of the little throwers hit me with something, or the flyer did whatever it does. 'Cause I was gonna bandage and just happened to get clipped by question mark. Which the combat feedback probably could do with an improvement. But survival games in general, I feel like, tend to have problems as far as combat feedback goes. Because obviously, you know, that's usually not the focus. So that makes a degree of sense, though it's kind of an odd thought, if you think about it, in a survival game for combat and feedback not being an important factor. Okay, so they dive at you and they scream. Hate that. Let's just kill this before they can do anything else bad to me. There we go. They might drop something unique, but I just needed out of that situation before we died again. Wind crystal, and this is just a tunnel through. Okay. We already have wind crystals, so I'm not too fussed about that. Is there anything that's gonna make this fight worth it? Pickaxe. And the fact that there's differentiation for like stone pickaxes and such tells me there's probably upgraded materials. This house is very small, by the way. God damn. Oh, wait. What is this? Can I sketch whatever this is? Nope, whatever this is, I cannot sketch it. Because it almost looked like a sword stuck in the ground at first, but I think it's just like a pillar that used to be part of something else and was since destroyed. Right down to the nubbin we see there. Unfortunately. Yeah, there must have been something we missed, because I feel like we should have been able to access the other areas after doing all the islands, and we've at least been to every island. But that thing that's marked on the map is probably where I went wrong. The dusk there spooked me for a second, because a leaf also... The tree branch happened to pass across my vision and looked like a tentacle passing. So I thought something weird was happening. Because it would have been perfectly on cue with what I said, so that's why I'm like, did a thing just happen? No. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go back to base and check the map and make sure that I'm not overlooking something obvious here. but I think that that place just wasn't worth it. Like, obviously, these are probably designed for A, multiple people / multiple groups to be scattering around, or B, so you could hit any set of islands in any order and still get everything you need. Aside from whatever the one specific thing is that I don't have. Oh, god damn you. Yeah, because if we refer to the map, you'll notice that none of these have any markings on them, so they're all empty. This one has a weird triangle on it, and then some of these have KGs on them, which I don't entirely know what means. It's got a KG on it. Yeah, only that one island has a triangle on it, and this one has a triangle and a circle on it. I wish these had tooltips over here, so I knew what these meant. There also was mention of an encyclopedia. There we go. This. Yeah, see, follow the smoke created by the storm chaser. So the smoke is supposed to be important. Okay, so there is a research lab that we don't have. There's actual automation. Yeah, we figured that out already. Ooh, there's custom beams and custom cloth you can move around. Okay, so we were fighting the second strain, I would presume. Based on the second tier, perhaps. Either that or those are all the same strain, just different difficulties of the same strain. Okay. Worlds divided into 3 rings around the hurricane, separated by dangerous jet streams that require advanced sails and skillful navigation across. Each wind ring has its own direction. Rings contain sectors represented by stone slates on your table map. Okay, yeah, clusters marked with a special tag. I do kind of wish it told me a little bit more about what those tags meant, but at least we're getting there. And yeah, blocking is a thing, I just keep not following through on that. Okay, so the whole charge was that. And then these are a thing. Okay, and yeah, the Leviathan is corrupted. That's why it was yellow and black like we saw. That all makes sense as well. I just need to make a decision. Do I actually want to travel all the way back to the other side here or not? I think I'll make a compromise. I think I'll go figure out what this triangle means and hope that that's something useful. But I'm pretty sure we need whatever's over here in order to progress further. But I'm just also just kind of running out of steam to keep going. But if we find something curious enough, maybe that'll give me a second win. We'll find out. So I'll give this game one thing, much like I've said about some of the other games of this type that I've done relatively recently. I started flagging a couple times during this session, and it kept just happening to meter things out just right to hook me again a little bit. We just kind of hit a dry spell recently with this, is why I'm starting to flag again. You know, in addition to the fatigue I already had. And from not having gotten the best sleep. But I do want to say I appreciate all of you that have been sticking around so far through this. Without y'all, there wouldn't be that much point to making the broadcast itself a thing. So apparently it's this weird little island here that has got whatever it is the game's trying to tell me to go look at. I didn't realize we rose as high into the air as we did. We were quite a bit higher than all the other islands over there, apparently. I think we're close enough. Like, I could obviously lower all the way down to it, but when have we done that? Whoa. This island apparently holds something relevant. Okay, that's not a sign that the ecosystem's bad. What is so relevant about this little rock here, huh? See, I kind of figured it was like, oh, you missed something on a pretty big island or something. But no, it's just... Is it this? Is it the fact that it has fancy resources on it that the game thinks I need? If I pick up the hard stone, maybe it'll be like, oh, he's got the thing. Okay. Like, I feel like a legend as far as the map goes would do wonders for me. And maybe there is one and I'm just not understanding how to activate it. There was no information about that I spotted. The tired brain may have missed something incredibly obvious right in front of my face. The situation we're currently in really makes me once again wish that I had a portable map, though. So that I could try to determine what the basis for that symbol is. Now that we're removing factors that could be leading to that symbol existing. But instead, I'm gonna have to, like, run back and forth in order to try to figure this out. This island ain't that big. It's not like there's... Like, oh, hey, you didn't go check this quadrant of the island. There's really not... There's not even enough island here for me to bother to section it into quadrants. Let's see if that triangle's still there. Bang. In hindsight being 2020, I definitely should have made our base on a smaller island. Because apparently island size does matter based on what the encyclopedia was telling us. No, the triangle's still there, and it is that island. And, like, it's something relevant enough to make it a highlightable thing like that. And these two islands are the only ones that have whatever it is. So bizarre. Like, if our island moved faster, I would be more than willing to just go back over to the other side. But nothing against the game, but I think I think at my current stage of fatigue, I might fall asleep if we make the trip over there. It's so weird to me that I genuinely cannot find a single notable thing about this island that would make that triangular shape a thing. Because, like, if it was islands that used to be corrupted, it would be other islands as well. So that's not it. You know what? I'm curious. Have people made, like, a legend for the map? Not seeing any immediate answers. I'm not gonna look for long, obviously. I'm just curious. Somebody apparently put up all the quotes, so that's nice. Yeah, no, the starter guide's great as a starter guide, but not helpful. I don't care about a video guide. Yeah, no, nobody made a convenient, this is what these symbols mean thing, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Like, it didn't really take that long to get across. And we won't be fighting the wind the whole time, this time. Yeah, I guess I'll go find out. I'm too damn curious for my own good. I can't resist figuring out what the hell these symbols mean. The numbers, Mason, what do they mean? The only problem is it really is a lengthy trip. If I, like, pull up the spyglass... Yeah, 7 kilometers away. And I'm pretty sure we're not gonna be able to go straight there because I think a couple islands are gonna get in our way. We might be able to go above or below them without changing course too hard, though. Okay, most of the sails are actually doing a real good job right now. Okay, yeah, we've already covered half a kilometer. So no, that won't actually take that long, then. It will take some time, but it won't take as outrageous an amount of time as it really felt like it would before. Yeah, I don't have enough food for both of you. It is really disconcerting seeing those rocks just fly through. Curious whether this is gonna make like really strong coffee or if this just makes garbage. Probably a mistake using up all my coffee beans like this. And no, it just makes a plain old cup of coffee. Okay. Surprising. Make sure we're not getting ourselves in trouble. Yeah, we've already crossed almost half the distance, so won't take nearly as long as it felt like before, but we also do have 2 more sails, and I'm purposely trying to distract myself this time instead of just watching the pot cook. Like, even looking at what's used for these, I can't even make a direct connection there or anything. Yeah, there's still nothing new we can do here. If we could actually make, like... Oh, you know what? I think I'm realizing something I'm missing. We never made the sewing station. The sewing station probably is what we need to actually fully utilize wool. That would make nothing but sense, wouldn't it? This is tired brain failing me once again. But no, I need wool. I need wool cloth for that, though. So I'm missing something to make proper wool cloth. Because I have everything else. Like, obviously I can make all that carved wood just fine. But we're missing some fundamental component. And I just don't know what. Because, like, I've made everything I can make. So there must be something I'm missing. And that's why I'm making the trip back over to these islands over here, because if I'm missing them anywhere, it's probably at that symbol. And I am a bit off course. And I don't know how. I must have bumped something while we were traveling, since I wasn't watching where we were going. We're actually almost there, because we've been traveling like 50 knots the entire time. We really do have such higher speeds now. Yeah, we'll be there momentarily. Part of it may also just be an adjustment based on the amount of traveling you do. Like, the longer you travel, the less it feels like it takes as long. I'm not sure if that entirely makes sense. May as well go ahead and stop the island here in a second. Park in the boat. There we go. Dive, dive, dive! Let's solve this mystery. This is one of the ones that was corrupted. This was actually the first corrupted one we cleared in this area. Why is this one relevant? So I feel like we walked up and down this one a couple times. Specifically trying to figure out if there was anything here. Yeah, the ecosystem's healthy here. There's a couple bugs here. There's no decomposers, no animals. So that triangle's not like an animal symbol, which it wouldn't make sense for that to be an animal symbol anyway, but I'm just kind of going through the various possibilities here. Yeah, because this is where we got this knowledge stone, so it's not like, oh, that's a knowledge stone that you haven't collected symbol. Which is more what I would have figured the rounded symbol would have been anyway. Unless the rounded symbol's like a door we saw but didn't open. And I suppose there's always a world in which something spawned inside a wall or something stupid as well. Yeah, because there was this fancy chest here as well. And there's the same symbol that we're looking for on this, but obviously we tried sketching it and doing things with it, but nothing happened. I do still have that feeling that I'm missing something, but I'm not really feeling like I'm learning anything walking around on this island. Yeah, it's just another sturdy fur, which doesn't matter. Breakable? No. Like, that's the level I'm down to now, is like, is there a small breakable passage that I just didn't see? Is there a hole in the very bottom of the island? I think I checked that before. There's a part of me that wants to literally just deforest this entire island. If for nothing else but to prove a point. But that is definitely not something that would be worth doing here and now. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Like, is there just a small section of the island that I just keep going around in circles around or something? Because there's this, but like I said, we already established that. Have I been on top of that? Because it almost seems like there... I was gonna say, it almost seemed like there was a breakable passage somewhere on here, but then I saw the mine symbol and I'm like, am I right? The answer was no. No, I was not. What if I deconstruct this chest? Will that help anything? If I deconstruct the ancient chest and this weird thing, will that remove those markers on the map? Will they stop haunting me? Let's find out. Hindsight being 2020, I should have checked to see if I could dismantle the knowledge stone as well at this rate. No, we got whatever the triangle was now, but the other thing is still there. Huh. I still don't know what the triangle was. I'll be honest with y'all, I still don't know what that other thing was supposed to be. And it may sound ridiculous, but I genuinely have no idea what that was supposed to be. I'm gonna try something, though, that I had considered but didn't do. Oh, I might not have what I need to do the thing, though. Because what had occurred to me is, what was stopping me just making a table map here so I could keep checking to see if the symbol was still there? As stupid as a thought as that would be, that's where I'm at this point. But I would have to go back up and get material to make that. And at this point, I just don't think it's worth it. So I'm just gonna do another trip around this island one last time, and then we're gonna call it there because I just cannot make sense of this. Which is telling me that I just don't have it in me anymore, or to keep going today. I'm pretty sure we already started breaking this one, and that's why it looked weird. Because there's something among these boxes that I didn't find. Because I took the direct route through it. Because like this barrel had a symbol on it, but didn't do anything. Like, I don't mind a mystery. I have no problem with the fact that this isn't holding my hand and telling me exactly where I need to go and what I need to do. So it's somewhat ironic because the fact that visual guidance is on as high as it can go, and I feel like I've had very little actual guidance other than quest prompts popping up when you arrive on islands, which have only done a very little bit towards helping because it isn't helping this situation, for example. Because you would think if it's something vital to progression, there would be a prompt for it still. But there isn't. Like, the only prompting is the fact that there's still something on the map. So weird. Like, most of y'all probably know me well enough by now to realize that I could sit here and chew at this mystery for the entire day. I would just sit here and just keep going after this and trying to figure out what the hell I'm not understanding. And it won't even bother me in the slightest to sit there and do that. I just don't think it would be good content to sit there and do that. As I slowly descend into madness. Now, the descent into madness would be the fun part. People will probably get a good laugh out of that. But the process getting there would take a little while. Yeah, if breaking all of those wind stones down didn't do anything, I'm out of ideas at this immediate second. Because quite literally, the next step is, like I was talking about, just ripping the entire island down. Playing the what's wrong with this picture game until we figure something out. To a certain degree, I kind of hope it is just you overlooked a small thing issue. Like I walked past something. Because otherwise, if it's something more obtuse than that, that's actually a legitimate potential problem. And I don't really want that to be a problem. Nothing under that bush. Under this bush. Because, like, that could easily be the thing, too, is there might be an item under the bushes somewhere. Or stuck in the rendering. Because remember, we had that caved-in area that was making knowledge stone noises at me. On that other island. So something being wedged inside the rendering is unfortunately a possibility. gonna go back and check one more time now that we picked up a bunch of the wind rocks and such. And then here at 5 hours, we're just gonna wrap because I got nothing left. I'm out of ideas. Is in the immediate. So based on what I saw skimming through the discussions, people have had quite a lot of trouble figuring out what they're supposed to be doing. Here and there. And it's mostly involving getting out of the initial areas. Because, like, obviously, you're supposed to be able to go out here because you see these question marks. So there's obviously things to do out here. It's not, this is all that exists in the play area at the moment. There is more, but I got slightly spoiled when I was trying to figure out what the symbols meant, and people said you needed wool sails and such in order to be able to traverse out of the starting area. So there's something I'm missing as far as making wool sails go. But that's an issue for another time. Am I willing to keep playing this? Probably. I feel like I would need to get a couple bodies for this because I can definitely see this getting a little too slow solo after a bit. But that's also pretty typical for a survival crafting game. I can't really say that that's a remarkable statement, positive or negative for this. Like, obviously, sometimes you'll be able to find one that people will enjoy enough on its own to play it solo. And I've had that before, too. But the more of them I play, the harder it is to find one like that. Because I feel like it ends up being somewhat genre fatigue. That stops me from enjoying these alone as much as I used to. So I would continue to advise people not to take that as a statement towards any of these games in particular. Like, just take it on the merits of what you've seen me do here today, not necessarily on the merits of how much of it I'm willing to dig into in the immediate. Because there's absolutely potential for this to be something I could dig into even deeper. Just gotta figure out where you're supposed to go and what you're supposed to do at this stage of things. Which is kind of a mixed bag on that one. Like, I feel like having gone to all of the islands, I should have figured something out. But there's reasons and logics for why that could have happened. So I'm not going to hold that against it. Those of you watching, by all means, if you wish to hold that against it, that's your choice to make. But I will be personally choosing not to at the moment. Unless, say, I see somebody else play it and I see them encounter the exact same issue. Then there may be a certain level of obtuse that they're doing that may not be working. That's always a reality as well. And I'm totally not doing this to stall for time while I'm looking at my raid list. No, why would you ever think that that's the thing that I'm doing? No, I never stall for time. Ever. What a wacky concept. I mean, they are at the top of my list. But I feel like I rated them not that long ago. It's definitely been within the last 30 days. I can guarantee that, like, immediately, no question. Maybe over there. Hang on. Let's see what we're looking at over there. Not right now. They seem to be on a whole thing at the moment. I know, I'm doing the thing again where I take a long time doing this, but it is just how things go. No, I think I'll just keep it simple. And I do still feel like I owe a debt there anyway, because I've only sent one their way and they've sent a few my way over time. And I just have a good time over there. So we'll go see Saber again anyway. So let's see. Today is Saturday. It's weird being alone on a Saturday at this point because of how many times we've been doing collabs on Saturdays at this point. Remember, Monday is not going to be Monster Hunter anymore because of scheduling changes that needed to happen. That will be happening on Tuesday nights now until such a time as things change again, which they might. Let's see. So Monday we'll probably finish Ninja Gaiden 2 Black if I feel up to doing that. If not, I have other things. Thursday. I may have something very specific I do that day. I have not committed to that decision yet, so wait till Monday to find out whether I'm actually committing to that idea or not. I should tell you all then what the plan is. Basically I'm going to spend tomorrow making more final decisions as to how the week's going to go. Obviously that's not in any way, shape, or form guaranteed to actually happen because of how many times exactly this thing is played out this way. But, you know, that's just how it be. I had another thought in mind, and it's just slipped away from me. And of course, thank you again for the raid, Yora. Crimson, I know you probably are asleep by now, but thank you as well again. Thank you all for taking the time to be here, and be good to Saber. She's good people. You've seen her in and out of here before, and we've raided over to her before, so I don't think I need to do a whole thing there. But one way or the other, I'll see you all on Monday. It'll probably be regular time instead of late. Good night, everybody.